Welcome back to the channel, guys. Today I want to introduce you guys to Strapi. I haven't done any Strapi content on this channel, but I've been using Strapi for a minute. For those of us who don't know, Strapi is an open source headless content management system built in Node.js. So think WordPress, but better, because WordPress is a CMS. Now, it enables developers to create powerful and customizable APIs with ease, allowing content to be managed and delivered across different platforms and devices. So some key features of Strapi include it's a headless CMS that does not dictate how content is presented on the front end. So what this means is that once you have your content in Strapi and you want to present it, whether it's in a Vue application, a Nuxt application, a React app, a Flutter app, it doesn't matter. Strapi doesn't care about where you want to present this data. It just manages that content for you. Another feature is that it has customizable content types that gives the developer the power to define their own content types and attributes. So the content types, we'll look at that in a few once we build out our Strapi application. But essentially, it allows you to create, like define your tables, store them in a database, and manage your content around those tables. Another feature is that it provides RESTful and GraphQL APIs. So if you want to consume the data via REST or GraphQL, Strapi allows you to do that. Another great feature, one of the best features in my opinion, is that it gives user authentication and permissions out of the box. For those of us who have had the pleasure of building out your own auth, you know how painful and annoying this can be. So to have something solid out of the box, just to get your project up and running is great. Another feature of Strapi is that its modular architecture allows developers to extend its functionality with custom plugins, which we'll look at in a sec, or by installing existing ones from the Strapi marketplace. Cool. Another feature is that Strapi supports various databases, including Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, and MariaDB, which gives the developers the flexibility to choose the database that best suits their project. So before we look at the key terms that you'll see when developing a Strapi application, I want to look at the marketplace. So this is a Strapi website. It's strapi.io, and of course we can learn everything that we need to learn by visiting the docs and the different links. If you hover over this product link right here, we have the marketplace, and this is where the different plugins live. Cool. So once you click on that link, it will take you to this page where you can see that we have 183 plugins that are available and 21 providers. Cool. So the difference between a plugin and a provider, I'm not sure what the exact difference is. I know that overall, providers either manipulate some core feature of Strapi that the team provides or extend it, and plugins essentially just add like a block to your code. So let's take, for example, this fuzzy search plugin. So instead of building out your own fuzzy search functionality, you can just install this plugin, and then once you go through the documentation, it will show you how to get set up and how to actually use the plugin in your Strapi application. So this is one of the things that I love about Strapi, how modular it is. You can actually build your own plugin and post it here, have it up on NPM and GitHub, and post it here on the marketplace for Strapi. So we'll be using some of these. In using Strapi today, I'm going to be using it with Nuxt, and I want to build out something like email template design and storage type of thing, where the user will be able to log in. Well, first create an account, then log in, and create different email templates and we're going to store the templates and the information for the template in Strapi, and then we're going to retrieve that per user in our Nuxt application. Cool. So to get started with Strapi, this is the command that you will actually need to run. npx create Strapi app at latest, and then your project name, and we'll install this in a second. Let me just copy this, and let me just jump over to VS Code and start my Strapi application. So now that I'm in VS Code, I'm going to go ahead and paste that command in, npx create Strapi app at latest, and I'm going to say full stop because I want to create the project inside of this folder. So let me press enter, and then it's going to ask me if I want to go with the quick start method of creating my app or the custom way. The quick start way just creates the application and uses SQLite for the database. I'm going to use SQLite for the database, but I want to show you the custom way as well. So I'm going to click the down arrow, select custom, and here it asks if I want to use TypeScript or JavaScript. I'm going to go with TypeScript, and we can choose which of the databases we want to use. For this one, I'm going to go with SQLite, and it's asking for the name of the location where I want to actually store the database. So I'm going to go ahead and press enter, and it's going to create the project and try to install the dependencies. I'm going to stop it right there because by default, Strapi will try to install the dependencies with Yarn, and I'm going to be using npm. Cool. So I'm going to say ni. And for those of us who aren't familiar with what this is antfu's CLI tool. Let me just go to the link. So antfu ni, and it's basically it allows you to use the right package manager as it states here. So if you are someone that switches between Yarn, pnpm, bun, npm, and you go into a project and you don't want to make the mistake of running npm install instead of Yarn or pnpm install, then installing this globally will actually help you, right? And you can see the documentation here. It's not hard to pick up. This is the install command. So running ni will actually do this for the project that you are in. This assumes that you have a lock file in the root of your project. In the event that you don't have a lock file, this is what will happen. It will ask you to choose a package manager, right? So I'm going to say npm, and once you choose a package manager, it will start installing the dependencies for Strapi. Now, once the dependencies are installed, I'm going to go to the package.json file, and you'll see where a few of the dependencies are outdated. For now, Strapi version 4, the React router DOM dependency should stay at this version 5.3.4, and style components should stay at 5.3.3. If you try to update these, then your application will not work because of some peer dependency issue with this current version of Strapi. Cool. For the Better SQLite 3 package, we can actually update this. So let's go ahead and update this. And if you're wondering why I'm seeing these squigglies and you are not, in terms of, packages needing to be updated, is because I'm using this extension called npm outdated by Mark Skelton. So once you install that extension, open your package.json file, it will actually show you the dependencies that are out of date, the ones that need to be installed, and that type of thing. So React, we can actually update this as well to 18.3, I think. So let me just go ahead, install. Oh, it's already installed. So React 18.3 is already installed, and React DOM 18.3 is already installed. So with that out of the way, we can actually go ahead and reinstall the dependencies, which shouldn't take long this time around. And that's finished. So let's go ahead and start our application. The dev command for Strapi is Strapi develop. I like to change this to Strapi to dev in my scripts. So when I run npm run dev, it will actually call this and start our Strapi application in dev mode. So let me just save that and come back over here and say nr dev. Again, this nr is coming from the antfu package manager, ni. I think it's called ni. It's ni, not sure. But nr essentially is run. So npm run whatever is passed afterwards. Cool. So nr dev, press enter, and this will start up our Strapi application. So first it will build the admin panel. You'll see that in a sec. And if you are starting your application for the first time, it will check to see if you have an admin user. Now, this admin user will be able to log into the admin section of Strapi and manage the content from there. Cool. One thing that I actually like to do, instead of creating that admin user manually, I like to use a plugin. So we're going to look at a plugin early in this video, and it's called Init Admin User. So this is the one, right? So what this does is it creates a Strapi admin user on startup, simplifies working with multiple Strapi environments. And this part is why I use it a lot. Usually for developing Strapi applications, moving them from development to staging to production, you will have to create this admin user for each environment once the application starts up. To go around that, what I like to do is to use this plugin. So I'm just going to come down to the installation section, copy this command. So it's npm install Strapi plugin init admin user. And now this thing is loading Strapi. So it built the admin section. It added this JWT secret to our .env file right here. And you can see where in our browser, it's asking us to create our initial admin user. So I'm going to go ahead and close this, right? And I'm going to stop the server. And like I said, I'm going to install that plugin. And after installing the plugin, I'm going to go ahead and copy the environment variables that we need to set in order for this plugin to work. So these are the variables right here. I'm going to come down in my .env file. I'm going to leave a comment that says admin user. And I'm going to paste that in. So my first admin user is going to have a username of bbaker. Password 123456789. First name, last name, and of course, email address. Yeah, so that's cool. Let me just move this JWT secret up. So now when I start my application again, it's not going to ask me to create this initial admin user. This plugin will actually take care of that for me. And we're going to actually see in our logs where it's saying that it created the admin user, and then we can just log in at the URL specified for our Strapi app. All right, so now that it's finished, if we scroll up a little bit, you can see here this log where it says it created the admin with the email specified up here and the password. Of course, it's not going to print the password to the console. Another thing that you can do is set this init admin to true, because the only time this actually works is in development. But if you want to use this plugin outside of development, you can set this to true, and no matter what environment you are in, it will actually create this admin user on startup if no other admin user exists, right? So now we're going to go to our Strapi application. So we're going to control click on this link, localhost 1337, right? And now we're taken to the login page where we can just put in the password that we specified and the email, right? Click on remember me and just log in. And voila, we have a brand new Strapi application. For those of us who don't like dark mode, you can just click on the icon down here in the sidebar, go to profile and change the interface mode from dark to light. Then we save the changes and we have our application in light mode. This looks weird. I've never used Strapi in light mode. Okay, let me switch up. This feels weird. But yeah, if you don't like dark mode, this is how you change it to light mode. Cool. And of course, this is your admin user page. If you want to change anything about the admin user, you can do so here. So username, last name, first name, email, you can change your password, all of that good stuff. Preferred language, yada yada yada. So in Strapi, we can create content types. So what is a content type? Let me see if I have that over here. One of the key terms, yes. So a content type is like defining the blueprint for your database tables, specifying what kind of information they will store. So that's what a content type is, right? And you can see here where we have one content type created for us. Remember I said earlier that Strapi comes with authentication out of the box. Well, in order to do that, it creates this initial user table with some sensible default columns, right? They're not customizable. You can see where there's a lock here. So you can't click and change anything about the username column in this user table. Yeah. And just so you guys have an idea, let me just go ahead and show you the tables that are created when Strapi is launched. So for the database, I'm not able to view it because it's a .db file, but I think I have the SQLite viewer installed. I do. So this extension actually allows you to view this type of database. So that's SQLite viewer by Florian Klamfer. I think that's how that's pronounced. So let me just click open anyway, and I'm going to say I want to view it with the SQLite viewer. So these are all the tables that Strapi create out of the box. So without you creating any custom table for yourself, all of these tables are created. And of course, it's not recommended to use a database that was already in use with your new Strapi application. It's always best to start with a fresh database. And that's because of this. A lot of the configuration that needs to take place in order for your Strapi application to work properly. Cool. So let's go ahead and create our first collection type, right? So what is a collection type? Collection type stores multiple entries of the same content type. Think of it as a container for similar items, like a list of products in an online store. So in your Strapi application, if you want to, let's say, manage some pets, you can create a collection type, give it a name. Let me just go ahead and do that while I'm talking. So let's say pet is the name of the collection type. You can see where the API ID for the singular is a lowercase version of this over here. And if I had something like pet food, you can see that it's hyphenated. I don't remember what this case is called, but yeah, Strapi does this. So the singular ID is this, the plural is this. Most of the times when you're hitting the API endpoint, you're going to use the plural API ID. And of course, in the advanced settings section, you can enable draft and publish. So what this does is whenever you're creating a new record for this table, the pet food table, you can say, okay, I want this record to not be published, or I want this record to be published. So records that are published are returned automatically in the API response, and those that aren't automatically returned. You can also enable internationalization for this collection type. And what this does is it allows you to manage the same record in different languages. So let's say you want to store pet food records in English and Spanish or French. You can enable this and do so if you'd like. Cool. Now, once you create this collection type, you will be asked to add the fields to your collection type. Now, the fields are equivalent to columns in your database. So I can say, okay, I want a name column, right? So this is going to be a text field. And that's another thing too. We have a lot of field types. We won't cover all of them in this little introduction, but the ones that you're going to see used the most are these top ones. So text, a boolean, rich text. These are blocks. This is fairly new, I think. Yep, this one is fairly new. The blocks fairly new. You can store JSON data in a column, numbers, an email, date, time, or date. You can store a password, media, and this is for storing images, files, that type of thing. Enumeration, where the user has to select one value from a list. You actually get to define that list. Relations, this is very important, very powerful field. It allows you to link one field in another table to this collection type. A UUID, this is kind of self-explanatory, and the markdown field. Of course, down here we have the component, which I'm not sure if we'll look at, but as it says, it's a group of fields that you can repeat or reuse. So let's say you have 4 collections that use the same set of fields. You can create those fields, let's say fields for an address, in a component, and then instead of defining street, street 2, city, town, country in different collections, you can use but this one address component in the collections that need it. For the dynamic zone, this is somewhat advanced, but like it states here, you can dynamically pick component when editing content. So this dynamic zone is usually used when you are adding content that will probably be displayed on like a web page. Let's say I want to be able to, from Strapi, manage the different blocks on my website. I can create, let's say, a page collection type, create a home page, and then add some dynamic zones to that home page where I have the hero component at the top, a feature component in the middle, and let's say, I don't know, a call to action at the end. And via Strapi, I'll be able to reorder them in whatever fashion I want. So that's the use case that I found for the dynamic zone. But for adding different fields or columns to your table, you can just select the type of field that you want. Let's say text for now. Of course, we have the long text and the short text. And I'm going to say name. I can come over to advanced settings, set a default value if I want, set a regex pattern if I want. I can say that this is required or not. So whenever we're creating a record for this table, pet food, we have to provide this value. We can make it unique. We can set a maximum length, a minimum length, or set it as a private field. And setting it as a private field will just cause this to not show up in the API response as it says here. Cool. So let's say that is required. I can say finish, and then I just save. So that's going to restart the server, create the necessary files, and I'm going to show you what happened while this thing is being restarted and why it's being restarted. So if we come back to VS Code, right, check the terminal, can see that it's doing its thing. It's loading back Strapi, and it's gonna restart soon. Good. So restart. You can see it's no longer loading. And now, if we go to the content manager area, we have a pet food collections type. And what this allows us to do is it will allow us to create a new entry for our pet food table. Yeah. So if I come here and I say, okay, I want to create a new pet food. You can see where this asterisk is next to the name, and that's because we said that this field is actually required. Yeah. So let's say pet food 1 is the name I'm giving it. I'm gonna hit save. Now you can see here where the record is not published. So it's saying that I'm editing in draft, the draft version. In order for this to show up in the API response, I have to publish it. So now that it's published, it will actually show up in the API response. Cool. We just close this for now. Now, one other thing is you can actually customize the look and feel of the form that's right here. So you can see now it has a lowercase name. It's just taking up half of the width of this thing. And we don't like that. We want to extend this all the way. We want to make this capitalized and probably add a little hint down here. And we can actually do that by clicking on this configure the view button. So once we click on configure the view, we can change a few things. We can change the entry title, right? So this is the field that will be displayed if you should ever link the pet food record to another collection type. And down here you can see where this is our only field. Now if we had more fields, we could actually rearrange them, move some before the other, and that type of thing. For editing the look and feel of this name input, we can click on this little pencil right here. It says edit name, and we can change the label. Now changing the label here won't change the actual property name in your database. So in your database, the property name will still be lowercase name, but here we can actually say pet food name. Yeah. And we can add a placeholder. Let's say we want to say example, puppy chow. That's a pet food. We want the user to be able to edit this field. We can actually disable the field if we don't want to edit it, right? We can give the little description, and this will show up below the text field. So we're gonna say something like the name of the pet food to store. And of course, we want to change the size, so we can make it smaller or bigger. I'm gonna say 100%. Click on finish and save. Click confirm. And now when you go back to pet food, we can see that the record is here in the table. But if I should click on this single record that I just created, now we have a different label, and we have that little hint down here. And if we should remove everything, we can see the placeholder. Cool. So let me go back out. No, I don't want to change. Save that change. And here we have the table. We can also configure the view of this table as well. So if we click on this little cog right here, settings, we can temporarily say we want the created by and updated by fields to be displayed in the table. Basically what this is, once we refresh, so let me click on refresh, they're gone. Cool. So if you want to keep them there permanently, we have to click on the little gear again and click on configure the view. Now in here, for configuring the table view, we can actually enable or disable search, filter, and bulk actions. So I'm going to leave those on, and we can set the number of entries that we see per page. I'm going to set this to 50. I want to see 50 pet food records per page, not just, what was that, 10. We can actually specify which column we should sort by. So if we want to sort by ID, we can do so. We can make it ascending or descending. And then now for the view, we can actually rearrange, remove, and add the stuff that we actually want to see in the table. So let's say I don't want to see the ID in the table, but I want to see the name I want to see when it was created and when it was, I don't want to see when it was last updated. But then, let's see, I probably want to add who created it. So these are the three columns that I want to see in this table. So I'm going to go ahead and save this view. Go back to pet food. And now you can see I'm only seeing the name, when it was created, who created it, and the state. Cool. So what if I want to actually get this from my Strapi application? So let's say I want to send a REST GET request and get the records for pet food. In order to do so, we have to come to settings, and in settings we're gonna come to roles, and that's the roles that's below users and permissions plugin. Click on roles, and by default you can see where we have two roles, the public role and the authenticated role. Now everybody that's not logged into your application is a public user. So if you want any record to be visible to the public, we have to come here, click on public, and then give the public the different permission. Now for each collection type that you create, it will actually be listed here under the permissions section, right? So let's say I want pet food to be visible to everyone. I can expand this pet food content type, and then I will select find and find one, and this will allow everyone to find records from this collection. Cool. Now if you click on this is the gear, you can see up here where it's showing what endpoint you should hit in order to get the records from this find one function. So it's saying that if you want to find one record from the pet food collection, you have to go to the application's domain name /API /pet-foods /the ID of the record that you want to retrieve. Cool. If you click on the gear for find, it's telling you that you should go to the name of the URL of your Strapi application, which in our case it's this one, localhost 1337, and then append API pet food. So let me just copy this, and I'm going to go to localhost 1337, and I'm going to paste that in. Let me just get rid of this extra slash. So if I press enter, you can see where I'm greeted with a 403 error. Why am I getting this error? Because I didn't save this. So I did check them off, but I didn't save it. So if this isn't checked off and saved under the public role in Strapi, then if you try to get any record from the endpoint or the collection type, you'll be given this 403 error message. Cool. So if we save this now and then go back here and do a little refresh, you can see where now we're actually getting back the records from that collection. So you can see where this is how the data returned from Strapi is structured, right? Oh, that bright orange. So the data is actually in an array under the data key within the object. So this object is sent back. It has a data key and a meta key. The meta will just show you information about the meta information about the collection type, pagination to be specific. So we're on page 1, the page size is 25, the page count is 1, and the total number of records in this table is 1. Yeah. So of course we have this pet food one that we created just now. Let's go back to our content manager, go back to pet food and add a new record. Let's say we're adding puppy chow as the second pet food name. Save that. And like I said earlier, if it's not published, then it won't come back in the response. So you can see there where I created it, but it's not showing up. But if I publish it, then refresh, it now shows up in the response. Cool. Now, one thing that I don't like is the way that this is structured in Strapi. version 4, the default structure is for every record, the ID is out here. So you can see this is one record. The ID is out here. And then the fields that you actually need to display in your application is inside of another object called attributes here. Now, to help me with this problem, instead of having to, do gymnastics to get all of the attributes out of the nested attributes, because if you should create a relation, right, and try to retrieve that relation, it's going to be nested inside of another attributes object again. And luckily, there's actually a plugin for this. So if you go back to the marketplace and we search for transformer, you can see where this plugin, installing this plugin will actually help us with this problem. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the installation command. I'm going to stop my application. Let me just minimize that. I'm going to install this plugin. And then now it's telling us that in order to configure the plugin, we need to add this bit to our plugins file. Yeah. So I'm going to copy this. Go back to VS Code. So everything got installed properly. Just close this. And if I come to the config folder and plugins.ts, I can now come and paste the configuration for transformer here. So the plugin is enabled. And then now what I want this plugin to do for me is to transform my response. So the response, I want to remove the attributes key and the data key. So I just copied that, and inside of config, I'm going to paste that here. Now, when we run our application again, nrdev, let's give this some time to start up. So our application is up and running again. Let me just go back to my browser here, refresh, and all is well, no errors. If I should go back to this endpoint where I'm trying to get records from the pet foods collection and refresh this page, voila, you can see where now I'm actually getting the attributes key removed. Now this data key won't be removed because this structure is crucial. It's necessary to have this data array with the actual data from the collection and this meta information. So the data key up here won't be removed, but for the nested data keys within the collection data, those will be removed, as well as the attributes key. Cool. So that's for the collection types. For the single types, what are single types? Let's see if I have a definition here. So a single type, can I zoom in? Yes. A single type stores only one entry of data, typically for singleton information. It's like having a single file to store unique settings or configurations for your entire application. All right. So what does that mean? That means that when I come here, let's say I want to create a single type called homepage. Yeah. Now, let's not enable draft and publish for this. Continue. For my home page, I could have some text that I want to show somewhere. Let's say I'm using this home page to store SEO as well as text for other sections of my website. I could come here and add a text, right? And I would say something like SEO title. I could say that this is required. I can add another field. Let's say SEO description. I'm going to say that this is short text as well. I think the recommended length for the description is about 170, right? So let me leave it at 170. And then I'm going to say finish. Yeah. So I'm going to save this. Of course, it's going to restart the server. Oh, and I didn't show you guys what actually happens when it's restarting. So whenever you create a content type from the UI, what happens is Strapi as you can see, restarts down here. But before restarting, it actually does some configuration in your app. So if you come to source, then come to API, you can see where we have a home page folder and a pet food folder. Yeah. So the pet food folder will have these 4 folders inside: the content types, the controllers, the routes, and the services. Now, by default, when you create a collection type, Strapi will create some factory files for you. You can see here we have the factory service file, where it provides functionality to perform like the create, update, delete, and finding. The routes, the factory routes are created as well. So routes that will handle create, update, and delete. That's right here. And controllers to handle the same are created here as well. For the content types folder, you can see where inside we have the name of the collection type again, and inside of that we have the schema.json. And this schema.json file holds the configuration for the quote-unquote table that you created, because the pet food collection is essentially a table, and this is the configuration for that table. So if I want to, let's say, change the draft and publish thing from within this file, I can change this from true to false. If I want to add another field, I can come here and add it as well. So let's say I want to add something like a brand that's being suggested here. I can say the type is a string. It's not required, so I don't need to add anything else. Now, if I should save this, let me just open the terminal. If I should save this, you can see where Strapi picked up that I made some change to one of the files in one of the collections, and it's rebuilding the UI. So now, when I actually come back to my application and reload this page, if I come to the pet food content type, then you can see where brand is there, right? So if you don't want to use the UI to create your tables or configure your application, you can actually do it from the files here. Cool. And you don't have to create these files manually. The Strapi provides a CLI that you can actually use to create all of this. So if you want to create let's say you want to create a new collection type, you can actually use the CLI to do so. Let me see if I can find an example of that. So I'm going to go to the documentation. If you should go to the website and click on docs right here, it will actually take you to this page. Now, the documentation, it has a Strapi Cloud at the top. So Strapi Cloud is a cloud service that, allows you to manage your Strapi application. It's provided by the Strapi team. And of course, you can check out the documentation for that when you have some time. For what we're interested in is actually the developer documentation. There's also the user guide. Now, the user guide will actually teach you how to use the admin section. So anything that you want to learn how to use on the admin side of things, you can just click on this and this will give you a complete walkthrough. So if I go to the developer documentation and come down to the command line interface section of the app, you can see where the Strapi command actually provides a lot of commands. The Strapi CLI provides a lot of commands. So here are the commands on the left. You can use Strapi generate, and this one is the one that we can actually use. So let me copy this to generate stuff. Yeah. So if I come back to the terminal, let me clear that, and I say npx Strapi generate and press enter, then in a few it should come with some instructions. Now it's asking me, what do I want to generate? All right. And we can go up and down and select what we want to generate. So I'm going to say I want to generate a basic API. So I'm going to give it a name. Let's call this one pet. Yes. Is this API for a plugin? No, it's not for a plugin. And you can see here where the files are actually generated for this API. Yeah. Now, the content type you can see is not generated. So I can come here again, run this command to generate, and then I can say I want to generate content type. So the content type display name is going to be pet. The singular name is pet. The plural is pets. And it's going to ask me to choose the model type. So whether it's a collection or a single type, it's a collection type. I don't want to use draft and publish. Do you want to add attributes? Am I going to add an attribute? Yes, let's add an attribute. So let's add the name of the pet. I'm going to select the type. It's a string. Do you want to add another attribute? No. And it says, where do you want to add this model? And I'm going to say, I'm going to add it to an existing API. So I'm going to select that option. And then you can see where we have the 3 content types or the 3 APIs that are listed over here in this list. So of course, I want to add it to the pet one. And it's going to ask me if I want to bootstrap the related files. That's already done, which you can see here, controllers, routes, and services. They're already there. So I'm going to, let's just say yes and see what happens. So I shouldn't have done that. I should have just said no because they're already there. So let me just quickly generate that again. Well, now you know, now I know. This is actually the first time I'm trying the CLI to do this type of thing. So I'm going to say content type again. The display name is pet, pets, collection, no to draft and publish. Yes to the attribute. I'm going to say name. It's a string. No, I don't want to add another attribute. Add it to an existing API. Add it to pet. Don't bootstrap the files. And it's saying the file already exists. Okay, that's weird. Oh, it's already there. Okay, so it seemed as though when the error was thrown, it was already, yeah, it already wrote the file. So the error was in creating the service and the route folder. Okay, that's fine. So let's go to the schema, and you can see here where we now have a new collection type in our Strapi application. So what we can do is just run the application again. Let's give that some time to start up. And once this is up, we can go back to the Strapi application, and I'm going to refresh. And in our content type builder, we have a pet collection type. So like I said earlier, if you don't want to use the UI to create your collection types, which I don't think is very smart, but now you know you always have the option of using the CLI to generate the stuff and all that good stuff. Yeah. So those are some of the ways in which you can use Strapi. There are a lot more things you can do, like creating custom controllers, services, and routes. Adding custom functionality, overriding built-in functionality. So let's say there's some function that's in a plugin that you want to maybe tweak a bit. One common thing that I know of is tweaking the login function. There are a lot of users that would want to, let's say, because now how the login function or the login flow for Strapi works is you send the login request to Strapi. It checks if you're a user in the system, creates a token, sends back the token with the user information. If you, let's say, want to send an email to notify that user of them logging in right after, or right before sending back the token, you can actually override the login function that's provided by Strapi itself. We won't look at that today, but I'm just letting you know that's totally possible. Cool. So now that we know, we have an idea of what Strapi is and what it can do, I'm going to go ahead and back to the home page. So single types. I didn't finish explaining single types. Yeah. So the home page single type, We have the SEO title, SEO description. For the single type, you can see where once you click on it, it doesn't give you a table because it's not storing a list of things. The single type content type only store a single configuration. Now within this configuration, you can have, you know, dynamic zones, which can in turn have multiple items within it. But in general, it's a flat configuration type of thing. So I can come here and say my title is my site and the description is great website. Now, if I save this, in order to view the single type, I have to come to settings again, roles, and make homepage public. Now you can see where homepage does not have the find many endpoint like the pet food collection. So the pet food has the create, delete, find one, and update. This one only has delete, update, and find. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and enable the find for the public user so that everyone can actually hit this endpoint and get the information sent back from that configuration. I'm gonna go ahead and save that, and I'm gonna change the endpoint here to the one that I just copied. So now you can see where I'm getting back the information from this homepage single type. And notice that the meta is actually empty, and that's because there is no meta for the single type. So there's no total or page count or page size because it's just one record. Cool. For the final content type, which is the component, like I was saying earlier, let's say you have some piece of or a set of fields that you want to be able to reuse in different content types. So let's say I want to create a new component. I'm going to call this component address, and I'm going to have to give it a category. So I'm going to just say this is in components. I can give it an icon. Let's select this block. I can choose to leave that out if I don't want to select an icon. And then I'm going to say, let's look at the advanced. No, I can't go over there. I'm going to continue. And then I'm going to add some fields to this component. Yeah. So here I want to say, okay, let's keep track of address 1. Let's say this is required. Add another field. Address 2, that's not required. Let's say tone, that's required. And then I don't know, country, required as well. I'm gonna go ahead and save this, and once it's done saving, we can now go ahead and add this component to different collection types. Yeah, so let's say each pet should have or may have an address. Yeah, I can come here and add this component. So I can either create a new component or use an existing one. I'm going to use the one that we created just now. All right. And I'm going to say select component, and I'm going to give this a name. Now this name is going to be the field that's going to be stored on the pet collection. So I'm going to say pet address, and I'm going to select the component, which is the address one. Now I can make this component repeatable, or I can make it single. A repeatable component means that when creating a pet record, I'll be able to create multiple addresses for the pet. If I want to only create one, I'll just select the single component. Yeah. Now, of course, you can come over here and make this field required, but I'm not going to do that because not all pets have, well, all pets should have an address, right? But we're going to leave that as not required for now. Finish. And this is what it looks like. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And once that's done saving, you can see here where we have the pet address component linked to this pet record. Now, the good thing is we can actually reuse this address component. So let's say we want our users to be able to add an address. We can come to the user collection type and add a new field, right? So we can add a new field by clicking here or down here. And then we can say we want to add a component. So we're going to use the existing component again, select a component. We're going to give it a name and we're going to just say address, because we want the field name displayed in the table to be address. So this is going to be the column name. We're going to select the address component and we can allow the user to have multiple addresses or just one. So let's go with repeatable for this one and finish. Yeah. So we can go ahead and save that. Now, once that's saved, we have this structure for our users. Now, if you come to the content manager section, this is where the fun is. So if we go to, was it pet, and create a new record, you can see where we can give the pet a name. Let's say Scooby. And then here, we can actually add that address. Yeah. So we can say street 1, street 2 is not required. So city 1 and country 1. So if I go ahead and save this now, whenever I retrieve this record, I'll have this pet address attached to this record, which will actually lead me to my next point. I don't think components are automatically sent back by the API response. So let's check this out. If I come to settings, roles, public, and pet. Where is pet? So pet is not in settings. That's weird. Okay, let me refresh. Maybe I need to rebuild the admin area. Okay, let me go ahead and stop this. Start it again. All right, so our Strapi application got restarted. Let me just refresh to see. This may be a bug. So go back to roles, go back to public, and I am still not seeing that generated content type. That's strange. Okay. Interesting. Well, let's try to use this user. So I'm gonna make finding the user public temporarily, right, for the public. So let's go ahead and save this. And if you come back to our content manager, if I come to user, let me create a new user. I'm gonna say Jane Doe is this user, Jane Doe at test.com. Password confirmed, not block, and let's give Jane Doe authenticated role. Yep. And I'm gonna add some addresses to Jane Doe. Now you can see, because we said that this component for the user should be repeatable, we can add more than one record, right? So street 1, town 1, country 1. Of course, we can add another entry. You can say street 2, town 2, and country 2. Yeah. And then we can go ahead and save this. Close these. And then we can come here and say that we want to find the users. So like I said earlier, by default, the connected components aren't sent back in the response. And that's where population comes into play. So Strapi allows you to populate components, dynamic zones, and relational fields. Yeah. So a relation in Strapi, let's see, let me create a relation. I can come to the content type builder and I can say a pet, a user, yes. So let's say the pet food has a user attached to it. Yeah. So we can come to relation, and there are many relation types in Strapi. The first one is a one-way relation where the pet food has let's see, a user, but the user knows nothing about this over here. So I think this is a 1-to-1 where one of the foreign key is stored on the pet food. Yeah. This one is another 1-to-1 relation, and this is saying that the user can only be associated with one pet food record, and the pet food record can only be associated with one user. This one-to-many is saying that the pet food, one pet food is associated with many users, and this one-to-many is saying that the user is associated with many pet food. This is a many-to-many, so on either side, you know, a user can be associated with many records over here, and the pet food record over here can be associated with many users over here. For this one-to-many, on this side, the pet food can be associated with many users, but this user is not aware of that association. So for this example, I'm going to say that the pet food and the user have a one-to-many relationship where the user has many pet foods and the pet food has a user. All right. So let me just finish and save. And in our content manager here, I'm just going to go ahead and say that, oh, widescreen, where's that coming from? So I'm going to say that the Jane-Doe user is associated with the Puppy Chow pet food. Let's say both of them. Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and save that. And if I should try to retrieve the Jane-Doe user from the list of users, you can see where I'm not getting any of that relation. Cool. Now, in order to get that relation, like I was saying earlier, we will have to populate the different fields. So the populate documentation, if we come to the docs and come down to REST API and then to populate and select, you can see where it is showing you how you can actually go about populating different fields. So Strapi, the docs actually provides us with an interactive query builder. Yeah. And it allows us to add the endpoint that we're going to send the request to. So our endpoint is API users. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it in. And then I can add my populate object here. So down here we have populate. So let me just go ahead and remove these. I'm not going to use them. Not right now, at least. And I'm going to say that I want to populate the, when I call the user, I want to populate the addresses. So I'm going to say populate, let me close this as well. Populate the address, and I can just set this to true. And I also want to populate the pet foods. So let me go ahead and add pet foods here and say true. So now it's actually giving us the query string that we can use to populate the different relations. So I'm going to copy it to the clipboard. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to paste that in. And let's see if this works. And it does. So here, now instead of just seeing this part in the response, we actually populated the address. and the pet foods associated with the user. Yeah. And of course, the population can go deeper than this. So let's say you wanted to, let's say pet foods was also related to another property. We could do something like this and say that we also want to populate some other property. Let's say other prop. And this would give us the query string. And if we copy it and send the request to this endpoint, then it will also populate this as well. Now, when you reload this page, the query builder, you can see a lot of properties listed here. And these are some of the queries that you can actually send when getting information from a collection type to your Strapi endpoint. The documentation on this, let's see, where do I find that? So REST API. If I go to parameters, is it? No. Where do I find? There's a section in the documentation that tells you the different yes, here it is. So the filters section, it shows you what you can actually use to filter data on, right? So when sending a find request, you can pass use some of these to, you know, get different information for different things from your collection. All right, so I think that's enough about you know, how to move around Strapi. Now I actually want to move on to creating the Nuxt application and then, you know, communicate from Nuxt to Strapi to get and save information and that type of thing. So let me just open a new VS Code instance and let's start with creating our Nuxt app. I'm going to go ahead and just delete all of the content that I have here first. So let's delete that. Delete all of these. Delete this. Not sure why the pet is not showing up in the role section. That may be a bug, but I guess we'll figure out soon. So let me see, can I remove this? Let me try to delete this. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this one too. And now, let's delete this. And delete this. So now we are back to our initial user collection and we are gonna go ahead and start the Nuxt part of the tutorial. All right, so we have VS Code open. We're gonna create our Nuxt application, npx nuxt init, and we're creating the application in a folder called client. So our files are created, and we're gonna select npm for the package manager and allow it to install the dependencies. All right, so now that the packages are installed, it's asking us if we want to initialize a repository. I'm gonna say no for now, right? And of course, I'm using my Nuxt3 profile with these extensions installed. I'd encourage you guys to install the Nuxtr extension. Yeah, this one is needed for Nuxt3 development. npm outdated, so you can tell what packages need updating. npm, so you can search for packages and install them right from inside VS Code. Pinia for code formatting. Of course, we need the vee-validate extension. And what else? What else do we need? Tailwind. Where's Tailwind? Tailwind is somewhere down here. Tailwind. So IntelliSense for Tailwind. Cool. So we have our Nuxt project created. Let me just look at the package.json file. Do we need to update anything? It's saying that these things are already updated. So I'm going to go ahead and just update the version number. So we have a check mark beside them now. All good. For my components, I'm going to be using UI thing. UI thing is just a component library that I created with the radix view components. So radix view can be found here. You know, all of these components, I just took them and styled them the way that Shad CN styled his component. So yes, this is based on Shad CN. If you want to check it out, you can definitely just visit this link, and you know, it will tell you how to get started and all of that. So in the setup, it's saying that you need a Nuxt project, and then you can just run this command to get started. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. I'm gonna come to my Nuxt VS Code instance, paste that in, and then it's gonna ask me some questions. So it's asking me the color, the theme that I want to start with. Personally, I like the zinc theme, but it's good to add some color to your life. So let's go with something like the violet theme. The rest of the defaults work for me, so I'm just going to press enter through them. So it's asking, you know, where the Tailwind CSS file should be stored, the configuration, where I want to store the actual components, where the composables generated by the library should be stored, where the utilities should be stored. It's asking if I want to just use the well, it's asking if I want to replace the component files if they already exist. So let's say I'm adding a new component that I already have inside the project. Do I want a prompt, or do I want it to just override it? So I'm gonna say yes, just override it. Would you like to use the default file name when adding components, or do you want to specify your own file name? I'm gonna say use the defaults and npm as my package manager. So it's gonna go ahead, install some dependencies that are needed by the library, and once it's done, I'll resume. So now it's done adding the initial modules and dependencies. If I should look at my package.json file, you can see where a few things were added, namely radix view and tailwind variants. These are used by all components. The plugin sort imports is a Pinia plugin. It helps with keeping the imports organized. It adds the color mode. It adds the Nuxt Tailwind CSS module, the views module for Nuxt, the Nuxt icon module, Pinia, the Pinia plugin for Tailwind, and this just sorts our classes. It adds the Tailwind CSS plugin and TypeScript as a dev dependency. Cool. If you look at our Nuxt config file, you can see where these modules were added automatically by the CLI, right? And it added some configuration. So I'm gonna go ahead and fix this up a little. We don't actually need this anymore. Since the recent update to the Volar extension, we don't have to disable TypeScript to enable takeover mode anymore. So I can remove that. Fix this up a little bit. Good. So what I'm gonna do now is, instead of adding each component one by one, because when you can use this command to add the components one by one, I'm just gonna go ahead and add all of them. Now in your project, you probably don't want to do this. You probably want to just add the components that you're actually gonna use. But for this tutorial, I'm just gonna go ahead and add them all. So we can actually do that by running the npx UI thing at latest command, add, and then passing the a flag to this command. So this -a will just tell the CLI, okay, just add all of the components that you can find from the package. So when I press enter, what it's gonna do, it's gonna update the Nuxt config, right? Because some of the components have, you know, their modules and they have different configuration. So we have to, it's gonna update the Nuxt config file. The next thing that happens is it's gonna create the UI folder and add all of the components to this UI folder from the library. Cool. So when you're building out, instead of, you know, picking and adding the ones that you need one by one, you're gonna just go ahead and add all of them. So of course it's installing the dependencies for set components. So once it's done, I'll resume the video. All right, good. So that's done. So here you can see it's telling us, it's giving some instructions, you know, for some components, not all of them. For some components, there are instructions attached, and those instructions are printed once the component is added to your application. So it's telling us that we should remember to add the animations to our Tailwind config, but we don't actually need to do this because it was added here once we run the init command. So for the accordion, let's add it there. I'm gonna go ahead and change the maximum width for my container from 1400 to 1280, so it's a bit, you know, neater. And there are other instructions here if you need to customize different things, but one instruction that I'm gonna follow is this one, because I'm gonna be using the Sonner component to display messages, little tools in my application. So I'm gonna go to the app.vue file. I'm gonna paste that in right here. Yeah. So I'm gonna remove the Nuxt welcome component. That's the component that comes in our app.vue file by default, and I'm gonna replace it with some other components. So the Nuxt loading indicator, this component will just add a little loading bar at the top of our application when we're moving from page to page. So if we're moving to a page that requires some data from, let's say, an API call using the user sync composable, then this indicator will be displayed at the top of our page, and it will fill up as our data is being loaded in. And once it's done, once the data is done loading, that bar will go away and we'll be able to transition to that new page. So that's the loading indicator. Next, we want to add the Nuxt layout component and then the Nuxt page component. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then what I want to do next is create some folders for my application. Now, if I right click this area, I should see an option at the top to create different folders, but I'm not seeing that. So I'm going to reload my my VS Code instance. And now my Nuxtr component extension is working as it should. And now if I right click this area, I get this Nuxt project structure option. Yeah. So once I see this option, I can now say, hey, I want you to create these folders for me. Of course, we have assets already. So the ones that we need layouts, we need middleware, because we're gonna kick people out of pages that they shouldn't be on if they're not logged in. We don't need modules. We need pages, because we want, you know, different routes in our application. We already have the plugins. We have public, server, stores. If you're going to use Pinia in your application, then definitely go for stores. I'm going to select stores for this tutorial because I'm going to add Pinia next, and I'm going to say okay. And all of these folders will be created. For the layouts folder, you can see where our default folder or default layout is created for us, and for pages or index page is created for us as well. So now I want to add Pinia. So I'm going to go to the Pinia website. Right, so it's pinia.vuejs.org, and I'm going to come to the Nuxt section and copy this command to install Pinia in our Nuxt app. So I'm going to open the terminal, paste that in, and then after it's installed, I didn't get any error, but in the documentation it's saying that if you get this error, then you need to copy this and put it in your package.json file. Cool. So next we want to add the module to our list of modules. So I'm going to come back to the Nuxt config, come up to the modules array, paste that in, save, and then I'm going to generate the types for Nuxt again. And we do that by running the post install command. So that's Nuxt prepare, and that will generate the types for Pinia. And just like that, Pinia is actually added to your application. So now that Pinia is added to our application, we can actually start adding different stores to this folder. Now with the Nuxtr extension, if you right click the stores folder, it will actually give you the option to create a new store. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and create the auth store, and that's because generally this store is used in a lot of applications that involve authentication. You can see where the define store function is being imported, but we don't have to do this because it's auto imported by Nuxt for us from the actual module that we just added here. So in the documentation, one more thing that I want to do is enable hot module replacement. And to do so, you can just copy this a little bit down here and paste it below the store. And of course, we're going to pass in the actual store variable. So it's a use auth store. Let's save that. Now, let's move on to adding the Nuxt Strapi module to our Nuxt application. Yeah. So if we come to Chrome here and type in Strapi Nuxt, for me, it will take me directly to the website because I visit it a lot, but it's strapi.nuxtjs.org. And then we can click on getting started or get started, and then just copy the installation command here. So that's npm install at nuxtjs/strapi. So we copy that, come to our terminal, and we paste that in. Now, while that's being installed, it's telling us that the next step is to add it to our list of modules. So I'm going to copy that, come back to VS Code. Of course, it's installed already. Paste that in, save, and then I'm going to run the prepare command again, and this will actually generate the types for this module that we just added. Now, the default configuration for the module is this. Yeah. Now, if we want to update this configuration, of course, we can come to our Nuxt config, and anywhere in the configuration, we can add the Strapi key and then add the values inside of this object. So the admin property is just asking where the prefix for the admin prefix for your Strapi app, and to find what this is, it's usually admin. By default, it's admin, but it's actually this right here. So Strapi allows you to configure this. So if you want to change this to like /dashboard, you can do so. And in your Nuxt application, you can actually pass that value here. Yeah. Now the auth object allows you to pass in the fields that you want to select when retrieving the user from your Strapi application. So if you want to only get specific fields, you can pass that as an array of strings to this fields property. But if you want to get all of the fields that are sent back by default, you'll just don't add this fields property right here. The next one is populate. So like I said earlier, Strapi doesn't populate related fields by default. So if I want to say populate the roles or the role on the user, I'd have to pass the role in the array here to the populate configuration. Cool. Next we have the cookie, and this is the configuration for the cookie that is stored whenever a user registers or signs in. So the options here are, the same options that you'll find for in the Nuxt documentation. So if I should go to Nuxt, let's see, can I search for cookie? Is there a configuration? Let's select this one. So these are the options. So these options that are passed here in this documentation for the use cookie composable, it's the options that you can actually pass to this cookie object in your Strapi config. So let's say I want the user to be logged in for a maximum age of 30 days. I can pass this configuration here, and this will say to Strapi, hey, when the user registers or is logged in, for the cookie that's stored in the browser, I want it to be valid for 30 days until the user logs out. Cool. Next, we can give our cookie a name. So by default, this is the name that's given, but we can say some token, and this will actually be the name of the cookie that's stored in the browser. We can enable DevTools, and enabling DevTools will allow you to embed your Strapi application right within your Nuxt application. So if I set this to true, once I start the application, I'll actually show you what that looks like. Furthermore, we'll have to do some additional configuration on the Strapi end for this to work properly. Because for security reasons, Strapi doesn't allow you to embed the application in an iframe. And in order to display something in the Nuxt Devtools, another website, it has to be embedded in an iframe for now. Cool. So the prefix for your API, it's by default /API. So I'm going to leave that as is. The Strapi URL. So this is the endpoint to your Strapi application, and the default value is process.env.strapi URL, or this value right here. Now, let me just remove this fallback value, and I'm going to create a .env file. I'm going to paste that in. And instead of localhost, I'm going to say 127.0.0.1. And I'm doing this because of a little bug I keep encountering. I thought it was fixed, but it keeps showing up every now and then, where when setting this to localhost instead of this value right here in Nuxt, once you refresh, if a user logs in, after refreshing the page, the user is logged out. And this is the only fix that I found, so I recommend using this. Cool. And it has to do with the Node version you have installed. Right now I'm on Node. What version am I on? Node-v. I'm on 18.18. I think any Node version above 16, you have to set localhost like this. Node introduced some change with how localhost is resolved, and it's been creating some problems. So this is how you set the URL to your Strapi app in development. Next we have the version. So with this plugin or this module, you can actually use a version 3 of Strapi or version 4. The default is version 4, so I'm going to leave that as is. And with this, you are ready to use Strapi in your application. So let me just go ahead and start up my application with nrdev. And once the application is up and running, you can see we have a blank screen. Of course, we have a blank screen. We didn't add anything to our index page, so it's blank. So our app is working, no errors. That's good. Now, we did configure our Devtools. Let's get started to have our Strapi application embedded. So I'm going to go to settings, expand this bar, close when I'm clicking outside. And you can see down here, we have this Strapi tab. Now, if I click on this, it refused to connect. No surprise there. Like I said earlier, in the documentation, there's a DevTools page where it's telling you that in order to get this to work properly, we have to update our security. What's this thing called? Security middleware, right? Or security middleware to let you know that, hey, we want to be able to embed the Strapi application inside of our Nuxt application. Yeah. So we copy this bit right here, and then we go to our Strapi application, and then we're gonna go to the config folder, middlewares, and where we have the security middleware here, we're gonna replace it with this object. Now, this security middleware, you can find documentation on it in the Strapi doc. So we come to the documentation, come to configuration, middlewares. We can see the middlewares that are registered by default and how we can actually go about changing them. So if we come over here to security, it's telling you that the security middleware is based on Core Helmet, right? So the options, that you can use with the Core Helmet package is the one that you can actually pass in your Strapi application. Cool. Now with this in place, so let me see if we restarted with no errors. We did. We can now go back to our Nuxt application, restart, well, reload this. Go back to the DevTools, and here we are. We are now able to log into our Strapi app directly from Nuxt. So log in. Awesome. So now, if you don't want to, you don't have to actually go back over to this tab right here. You can just check and change stuff right from within your Nuxt application. Cool. And just to prove that this is actually working, let me go ahead and add a test field here. Finish, save. You can see it's restarting the server. Just give that a few to restart, and it's done. So if I come over to the tab right here and I reload this page, you can see where the test is here. Nice. So let me just delete that. So now we want to actually start developing our application, right? So this index page is going to act as our login page. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and instead of coding out the entire thing from scratch, I'm going to get some of the blocks from the UI thing website. So I'm going to come down to the block section and I'm going to go for login. And I think this login should be fine. Let me just copy this. And I'm going to go back to our Nuxt application. And on the index page, I'm going to replace it with this block. Now you can see I'm getting some errors here. It's saying that yup isn't installed. And I'm using yup for validating my forms along with vee-validate. So I'm going to come to the no dependencies extension, search for yup, and just install that. So that's going to get installed. And then I also want to install the vee-validate for yup. So this package will help us create types with the composable for yup and vee-validate. So let me just install that. Okay, that's installed. I may need to restart the application. Let me just reload and see if that will fix it. Let's see if anything will show up. Yep, and it's installed and we're good to go. So now if I go back to this page, it's reloading. I now have a login page. Nice. So we're not going to do the forgot password in this tutorial. We can actually leave that for another time. So I'm going to remove this link, but we're going to allow the user to create an account. So back to our Nuxt application, let's close these pages, and I'm going to create a sign up page. So it's going to be sign up /index. Press enter. Did I spell that right? Nope, I didn't. So let's correct that spelling. SIGN up. Nice. Now with the sign up, I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna get another block. Search for sign up. And I think this one is fine. The top one. So let's just copy this. Go back to our Nuxt application, and I'm going to paste that in. Hit save. Reload the VS Code instant to get rid of the squigglies. Let's see. Is this loaded? It's loading. Ah, loaded. Nice. So now we have a sign up form and we have the sign in form that we can actually use to create our account. So with the sign up form, if you already have an account, this should redirect you to the home page because that's acting as our login page. And on our login page, if you don't, let me just remove the forgot password link before I forget. If you don't have an account and you need to create one, this is going to send you to the sign up page. Let's save and see if this works in the browser. So when I click on create account, of course, I get a 404, and that's because we created a new page and didn't restart our Nuxt server. But if we should just refresh, you can see where we have our page. Nice. And this little dotted background, as stated in the documentation, is coming from this website. It's called bg.ibilic.com. So this website just gives you some background patterns that you can try in your application, so you can preview them first and then pick the one that you like. Just copy it. I think it gives you the Tailwind code, and you can just use it within your application. So that's what I did here for the sign up page. Yep. And to keep it consistent, of course, we can't have the background on the sign up page and not on the login page. We're going to have to add it over here. So back in the Nuxt application, we're going to go to the sign up page. We're going to copy this div because this is the pattern. And we're going to paste it over here. Now for this to work, we have to make a few changes. We have to make this parent relative and make this relative as well, so that it sits above this absolute element. And we may want to raise the Z index on this one. So let's save that. And there we go. We have the pattern on both pages. Yep. So let me go back. This needs some more margin from the top. So I'm going to say 10. Let's see. Yep, this looks a bit better. Good. So now we are able to sign up and log in. Well, we have the forms, but we can't perform the action as yet. So now we're going to look at how we can actually do this with Nuxt Strapi module and Strapi. So back to VS Code, I'm going to go to the sign up page. Let's close this one. And here you can see where we have our input for name, email, and password. They're all required. And down here, we have the title of the page and the description. And we're using the use meta use SEO meta composable to pass those in, right? And here we have a schema, and this schema is a yup schema, and it's gonna say, hey, the name inside of this form is, it should be a string, it's required, it has a label of name, it should have a minimum of 3 characters and a maximum of 50. Same goes for the email. So the email in the form, so this name equal email, so this email right here should be a string, it should be an email, it's required, and the label is email. For the password, you can see the name password up here. We're saying that it should be a string, it's required, and the label is password, and the minimum number of characters should be 8. Now we're using the use form composable, and to this composable, we're actually passing the schema. Now you can see here where from the code copied, we're inferring the type based on this schema right here. With the vee-validate yup package, where is it? So this package right here, vee-validate yup, we don't actually need to do this. We can actually remove this type. Now, if we remove this type, what will happen is the value passed to the handle submit callback function will be this generic object type, which is not very helpful, because if we say value dot, we don't get any help from TypeScript, and we want help from TypeScript. So the vee-validate yup package actually provides a utility function called tooltip schema, and in this function you can actually pass in the schema, right? So let me remove that. Why is this giving me an error? It's saying that it cannot find it. Okay, I think it can't find it because we need to restart the application. So let's restart the application, and once the types are generated, you can see where it's finding it now. Now, because of this type schema function, this value will actually have the type of our schema. So you can see where name, email, and password is here, just like in our schema. So if you come here and say value, we can see when we put the dot, we get some TypeScript help, name, email, and password. Cool. Now, for the register function, we're gonna go to our store, so our auth store, and we're going to import some functions from one of the composables provided by the Strapi Nuxt module. So we're gonna say const use Strapi auth, right? That's what it's called. And we're gonna extract the login, the logout, and the register function. Now, of course, a lot more functions are provided, like the change password, fetch user, forget password, reset password, send email confirmation, set token, set user, and all of these functions are related to authentication for, you know, something around Strapi. So now that we extracted these functions, we are going to export them. So in order to export them, we're going to just return them from our store like this. Yeah. So now we can actually come to our handle submit function right here. Let me just wrap this in a try catch just in case something goes wrong. Can handle that error properly. And for that error, we're going to use the Sonner package to display that error. Fail to create account, and we're going to say error.message. Cool. The reason why I'm structuring our description like this is because the error thrown by the module, Strapi module for Nuxt, the authentication functions usually follow this structure. So it's an object with the error property. No, it's an object with the error property which has a message, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna extract the register function from our auth store. So we're gonna say, well, we don't have to extract it. We can actually just say await use auth store. So we don't have to manually import the auth store. In Nuxt, it's auto imported for us. And then we're gonna call register. And the values that we need to pass are the values from our form. And you can see where the values match up perfectly. So the name, email, and password is actually what's required by this register function right here. So we're going to await that. And then once the account is created, we're going to show a message to the user that says, hey, your account has been created, blah, 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 blah. And then after this, we can send the user to the dashboard. So something like that. So let's go back to Chrome. Sign up page is reloading. And we're going to create a John Doe user with email johndoe@test.com and password 123456789. Now you can see where the validation is actually working from yup. And if you want to inspect the values, you can actually do so if you have the Vue DevTools installed. vee-validate has some instructions on how to enable this. By default, you won't see the vee-validate plugin enabled. But if you come to the vee-validate website, somewhere here, yes, DevTools plugin, they actually tell you how you can enable or disable the plugin. So here, they're actually showing you how you can do so. So if you, I think it's settings, DevTools plugin, and then you can click on this one and enable or disable it. Cool. Same thing for Pinia. Oh, and there's one for view router as well. Good. Nice. But once it's enabled, you can actually inspect your form. So here you're seeing where it's saying that our form, if you click on the form, it's not valid. This is the error that's there right now. Password is a required field, and you can see that the password is red. Cool. But if we put in the password, that error goes away, shows the current value, and then we can try to create our user. So let's inspect the network to see what's happening. So if we click on create account, it's telling us that username is a required field, and that's a valid error. What we passed in was name, not username. So we can actually fix this by destructuring the values passed passed to the register function, and we want to say username is equal to values dot name. So if we save this and go back to Chrome, let me just refresh for good measure. We're gonna do the John Doe again. Put in the password. Send that request again. You can see where our account was created successfully. And the reason why I opened the DevTools is I wanted to see the response that's sent from the API. So we have the JWT token right here and our user. Yeah. And after registering, the module actually sends a request to fetch the logged in user. Now you can see where it did try to populate the role because we set that in the configuration here. So in our Nuxt config, we're saying, hey, populate the role when you're fetching the user. But as you can see, the role is not in the response. Why is that? That is because we have to tell Strapi that a logged in user should be able to fetch the role. So the authenticated role is assigned to a user that registers by default. So we can come here and say, okay, for authenticated users, I want them to be able to find their role. Cool. So if we save that and we refresh, now we don't have the user in the response in our network tab. And that's because the request to get the user is actually sent from the server side via plugin that the module registers. But in our DevTools, we can actually look at the payload tab and you can see a Strapi user in the state. Now, this Strapi user right here, this is the user that's fetched from the API by default, and I'm not seeing the role still. That's weird. That shouldn't be the case. Let me see what went wrong. Okay, so I found what went wrong. Instead of enabling the role, I enabled the user. So let me disable this. Under the user section, it shouldn't be defined under the user section. It should be under the role section. So find and find one, save that. Now if I refresh, I should see the role on the user. Nice. Now, of course, we can use the payload tab to check the state of the user. But since we have an auth store, we're gonna use the auth store to do that. Cool. So the auth store won't be registered until it's called upon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, in my stores, I want the user from Strapi. So this is equal to use Strapi user. And then I'm going to return this user. Yeah. And in my sign-in page, I want to, let's say, const store equal to use auth store. Now, because I called upon this store on this page, you can see where it's initialized. So it's saying even in the logs, the browser log right here, that auth store is installed. And if I click on auth, I see this user right here and the role that goes with this user. Cool. So now that we have an account, we can actually go to logging in. So if I should go to the login page, of course, it's not wired up as yet. So this is not going to work. So let's just close all of these, go to the login page and add the logic for logging in. Now, just like on the sign up page, we don't need to infer the type of the schema anymore. We can just use the tooltip schema function and pass the login schema to it. Of course, we're going to use the values that's passed into this callback function. You can see where it has a type of email and password, right? And we're going to surround this with the try catch, any, and then we're going to, let's just copy this from over here. And this is going to be failed to log in. Yeah. So now we're going to await use auth store, and we're going to call the login function. And to this login function, we're going to pass the identifier, which is the email that user enters and the password. So once the values passed in are correct and matches a user, then we'll allow the user to log in. Let me just remove this. We're not using that anymore. Let's go to the browser. Let's refresh. And we're gonna say, let's use the John Doe email, and let's use our wrong password first. So here we're seeing where we fail to log in because the password is incorrect, right? So now if we use the correct password and log in again, nope, it's saying that it's wrong. Of course, that's because the email is wrong. I think it's John Doe at test that we created the account with just now. So now we're actually able to log in. So logged in successfully. And if we should check the DevTools, we'll see our user here again. Of course, it's not going to be, oh, it's actually here in Pinia. Nice. So did this get, this did get initiated. Cool. So now we have our user in our Pinia store. Yeah. So what we want now is to create a dashboard, right? And let's just create that page quickly. So I'm going to say, let's just call it admin dashboard index. So we have this dashboard page and it's going to say something like, hey, yeah. And we want to gain access to the user on this page from our Pinia store. So in order to make a value reactive while destructuring it, we have to use the storeToRef function provided by Pinia in order to turn our values or state. So like this user right here, in order to make it reactive when destructuring it from this use auth store, we have to use the storeToRef utility function. So we can say something like const equal store to ref, and this is not helping me because I need to reload VS Code. But once it's loaded again, let's see if it will pop up this time. Yep, here it is. So storeToRefs, we pass in the name of the store that we're trying to extract the refs from, and this will show us our state. Yeah. So this will now be a ref. If we try to extract this value without using the storeToRefs, this will be a regular object and it wouldn't be reactive. So when this value changes in the store, we wouldn't pick up that change here. So that's why you use this storeToRefs function. Okay, so now our dashboard, we're gonna say, hey, user.username. Yeah. So let's save that. And let's just navigate to our dashboard. Now to navigate to the dashboard, we're gonna open the DevTools and we're gonna go to pages. And of course, the page isn't registered here because we didn't restart the server or refresh. So let me try refreshing to see if that will help, and it does. So now, if I look at the page, I'm seeing this, hey, username right here. So the username that we created the account with was John Doe, so it's being displayed here. We do have a problem though. The problem is anyone can currently access this page. So if I should, let's say my token expired and I'm in a different browser. Let me just go to application, go to cookies, clear all of this out. So we no longer have our Strapi token here. I shouldn't be able to access this page because now if I do this, it's just gonna say hey, and it's not showing the username because there's no user, right? If we look at the store, our user is actually undefined. So when there's no user logged in, we actually want to kick the user off this page. And that's where the middleware comes into play. So we're going to create a middleware, right? And that middleware is going to be global. So we're going to right click the middleware folder, select a new middleware. I'm going to say it's called auth.global. It's going to be asynchronous. And what we actually want is to get the user from the store and see if the user is defined. If the user is not defined and the user is actually trying to access any of the admin pages, we're gonna send them back to the login page. Cool. So I'm gonna create a new getter. So I'm gonna say is logged in, and this is gonna be a computed property, and it's just gonna say return a boolean to say is this user defined or not. Yeah. So I'm gonna copy this and return it from the store, and inside of our auth.global, we're gonna say const, and we're gonna extract the is logged in getter from our auth store. Now, in order to keep it reactive, we have to use the storeToRefs function again, and then pass the auth store to it. And now we can get the is logged in. Yeah, nice. So now we're checking if the user is logged in this middleware. The next thing that we want is actually the route. So we're gonna say the admin route is equal to, and this is gonna be a regular expression, and we want to check if the route that the user is trying to access starts with admin, /admin to be precise. So we are gonna, let me just leave a comment here so I can get some help from Copilot. Check if the route starts with /admin. So I'm gonna regular expression. Yep. So this regular expression is saying that the check if the route starts with a /. So it's just escaping this / followed by the word admin. So it's doing that test, which will return a boolean. So if we hover over admin route, we can see that it returns a boolean. And then we're gonna say if the user is not logged in and they are trying to access an admin route, send them to login page. And this is what it is. So it's the if statement is if is logged in, if you're not logged in and the admin route is true, return await navigate to the home page, because this is our login page. Cool. So we're going to save that. We're going to restart the application. When you add a new middleware, you have to restart. And then we're going to come. So we're on the admin /dashboard and we're not logged in. So this middleware should kick in right away. So as soon as the application is started, you should see where it's sending us back to the login page. And it does. And you can't, if you go back, it's just going to send you right back. And if you try to go there manually, it's just going to kick you off. Cool. So that's the middleware to ensure that your dashboard isn't accessed by anyone that's not logged in. So let's log in again. John.test. And we're going to log in. But now we have a problem. So the token is stored. We are logged in, but we're still on the login page. What I actually want is I don't want the user, if they're already logged in and they visit the login page, to sit on the login page. If you have a token that's not expired, or if you are currently logged in, this should redirect you to the dashboard page. And the same goes for our sign up page. We don't want users to be able to access this page nor this page when they're already logged in, when they already have an account. And of course, we're going to achieve that with a middleware. So this middleware is not going to be global. It's just going to be called already logged in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the logged in state just the same. Yeah. And then I'm going to say if is logged in now value, then I want to return, this should be asynchronous because we have to use await right here. Navigate them to the admin/dashboard route. Yeah. So let me just go ahead, because this isn't global, it won't run automatically. So for the pages that I want to use it on, I have to actually register it there. And we want to use it on the login page. So we come here and we say define page meta. And we're going to say middleware. And we're going to pass the already logged in middleware. Now, right away, if we try to visit the login page, let me see if this will actually work right now. And it does. So now if you try to go to the login page, it will not take you there. So now let's register it on the sign up page, because we can go to the sign up page because it's not, the middleware isn't registered there. So if you try to go to login, it will take us directly to the dashboard. If we try to go to the login page manually, it sends us back to the dashboard. So now let's copy this over to the sign up page. And that way, if our user is signed, oh, we can remove this. That way, if our user is signed in, they can't access the sign up page nor the login page. So now if I go to sign up, it just sends me right back to the dashboard. Nice. So our middleware is working, our app is somewhat protected. So now for the dashboard. Now, the application that we're going to be working on right now is, I'm not sure if I said this earlier, but it's going to be one where we can design emails and store them in our Strapi application. So in order to do that, we're going to make use of a module, another module that I created, and it's called nuxt-unlayer or something like that, I think. Unlayer, nuxt-unlayer. Yeah. So this is the module. Cool. So in order to add it to our application, we'll just run this command right here and then add it to our list of modules. And for those of us who don't know, Unlayer is actually this tool that allows you to design emails and websites with a drag and drop editor. Cool. So copy this command, go back to VS Code, we stop our application, and we paste the command in. While that's being installed, I'm going to go to the modules array. Oops, paste it in as well. Just remove this part. Of course, you don't need that. And I'm going to go ahead and generate the types. So run the Nuxt prepare command, generate the types for nuxt-unlayer. Now in our dashboard, now that the module is installed, let me just run the application again and go to our dashboard. So our dashboard will show a few things. First, I want to create a container. So let me just go ahead and use the container component. Right, and inside of this container, do I want? No, let's add the navbar outside. So UI navbar, we're gonna make it sticky, and then we're gonna add a container inside of this. Yeah. Now this is gonna be a flex container with item centered, not justify centered, justify between. Save that. I'm going to give it a height of 16. That equates to 64 pixels. I'm going to add a Nuxt link right here. This is going to come to the admin dashboard. And let's just call it mail. Yeah. Now let's make the link bold or semi-bold and increase the size of the text a little bit to look at the application in our browser, and this is what we have here. Nice. So let me just close this. Content is working. Good. So now we want to add a button over here for the user to log out and change the color theme. So back to VS Code, we're going to add a div here with a class of flex, item center, and a gap of about 3. We are going to say that we want to display a button. Now this first button is going to have a variant of ghost. It's going to have a size of icon SM. And of course, we want a span in here with a class of screen reader only. SR only. And then it's going to say toggle theme. Of course, we have to display our icon. And I'm going to use the Lucid icon set for this tutorial. If I can spell Lucid properly. Lucid Sun medium. I'm going to give it a class, well, not a class, a size of 18. Let's see what this looks like. Over here, we have our button that will toggle between light and dark mode. Yeah. Now we actually have to add the functionality. So we are going to say const color mode is equal to use color mode. And use color mode composably is coming from the color mode module that's installed when we initialize UI thing. And then we need a function to toggle the color mode. And that function is going to be, oops, this shouldn't be a plus, that should be an equal sign. It's going to be color mode dot preference is equal to color mode dot value. Check if it's exactly equal to dark and set it to light. And if it's not dark, then we set it to dark. Cool. Next, we want to use this toggle mode function. So we're going to say at click, we're going to call the toggle mode function. So come back to the browser, and when we click, we get light mode. Light mode, light mode. Nice. So now we want to actually add a button for our user to log out. So it's going to be similar to this one, except it's going to have a little border. So different variant. It's going to be outline, right? It's not going to call this function. And the icon is going to be logout. So this icon composably is provided by the Nuxt icon module, and it allows us to use any icon from this website. So the Iconist website, it allows us to use any icon from here. Cool. So back in VS Code, we have the logout. The SR should say logout. So now we have this button and this button. Cool. So when you click this button, we actually want the user to be logged out. Another thing that we can actually add is a tooltip. I think we should add a tooltip. Icon buttons usually need a tooltip. So let's just go ahead and add that real quick. The UI tooltip component, we're going to wrap it around the button. Of course, we need the trigger. So it's UI tooltip trigger. We're going to pass the as child prop. That way it will actually render this button as the trigger instead of the internal button that's used in this component. And then for the content of the tooltip, we're going to say toggle theme. Yeah. Let's make this aligned to the center. Hit save and see what's here. Nice. All right, so if we want to do the same for this button down here, we can just copy this and then copy this bottom part and paste it on that here. And instead of toggle theme, it's gonna say logout. Hit save, and we should have the same over here. Nice. So now we need the logout function, and the logout function is actually exported from our use auth store. So we have logout right here. So what we want to do is create a function locally called sign out, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to call the use auth stores logout method. So what this does is it removes the user from the state and removes the token from our browser. We're going to show the user a toast, and then instead of navigating to the new route, I'm going to say use router. So I'm going to use the use router composable and use .go and pass 0 to go. So what this will do is it will just reload this page. Now, once this page is reloaded and the user is not present, the middleware will kick in, this global auth middleware, and then it will push the user to the sign in page. So let's see that in action right now. So I'm going to add this click event to this button, call the sign out method, go back to the browser and click logout. And you can see it takes us back to the login page, and I can't go back. If I try to go back, it's not working. I try to go there manually. Oh, URL. So admin dashboard, it's not taking me there. So let's just log in back with the test user. Logged in. Of course, this isn't working too, because after logging in, we are not doing anything. So in our login file, let me just close these, close the script, close this middleware folder. In our login file, after logging in and displaying the toast, change this to a success toast. We want to push the user to the dashboard. We can do that in one or two ways. We can use the same approach, just reload the page and the middleware will kick in and push the user to the dashboard, or we can await, navigate to the admin/dashboard. And then we'll just replace this route. True. So now when we log in, the user will actually push to the dashboard page. And I want the same functionality in the sign up page as well. Cool. So to test that, let's just go here. Sign in again. And it works. So the user is pushed to the login page. And if we try to go back, of course, that's not working. And I think that is because we need to reload this page. So let me log out again. Try that one more time. Log in, navigate. Oh, that's not working. Let's see. Okay, so it seems as though I need to reload the page. Okay, that's fine. We'll just use the same approach. So instead of navigating, I'm just gonna say use router. Go 0. So this will reload the page, and then it will send me to the dashboard. So save right there. Let's log out and check. So we can't go back. Test, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Log in. It's gonna reload the page and send us to the dashboard. If we try to go back, the URL isn't changing. So let's see. Nope. Nope. Good. Nope. Good. All right. So we have the ability to change our theme and log out. We also want to display the name of the login user here. So let's just go back to our dashboard page. So here, next to this tooltip, I'm going to add a divider. I'm going to say the orientation is vertical. And I'm going to add some height to it. And probably some margin on both sides. And then here, I actually want to add the name of the logged-in user. So I'm going to say user dot username. Add some styles to this, make text small, font medium, save, and go back to the browser. And of course, everything is pushed up and not looking good. So what we want to do is we want to tell this button to not shrink. So we're going to add a class to it. Let's say shrink is 0. We're going to do the same to the button down here. And then we're going to do the same to this right here. So we're going to say shrink 0. So now everything is spaced out properly. We have the name of the login person. Maybe we don't need to make it small, so it looks odd next to the icons. Yeah, so the name of the logged in person, the logout button, and the button to toggle the theme. Probably need to put this on this side. I think it will look better on that side. I don't know. Let's see. Paste that down. Of course, this has to come down here. Yeah, that looks better. All right, so now we want to create the content type in our Strapi application that will store the templates for the logged in user. Yeah. So if we come back to Strapi, did I save this? Save. Go back. Ensure that and nope. Let's disable this for the public. Save. So if I come to the content type builder, I can create a new collection type. And I'm going to create a collection type called template, because they're basically email templates that we're going to store. So template is the correct thing. And I'm going to disable the draft and publish feature. So I'm going to continue. And our template should have a name. This is going to be a required field. And we're going to add another field, which is a relation to the user. Now we have two users here. We have one for the admin, which is a user that can access this admin UI. And we have for the users from the users permissions plugin. This user is the one that we want because this user is the one that can actually access stuff via the API. Cool. So we want to say that a user can have many templates, but a template can only belong to one user. We can finish that and save. And then we're going to go ahead and allow our user to also on this template save the design of the email. So if we should look at the on-layer documentation, in the load and save design section, you can see where the template allows us to both load a design into it and we can save the design out of it. Cool. We can also enable auto saving, but I I would tell you to use this feature with caution, as you know, some properties when you're updating it in the editor, it can trigger the autosave, like unwrap it. One example is when you use the divider tool, and we'll look at that soon. Whenever you move the dial on the divider, that triggers an update. So if you move from 0 to 100, that's going to be 100 updates. Unless you debounce this function, then you will have some sort of problems. But let's go back to Strapi, and we're going to add another field. This time it's going to be JSON, and it's going to be called design. No, this field is not required and it's not private. The reason why it's not required is because you can create the template from our UI and not have the design immediately. The design will actually be saved once you click the save button on the template page, but we'll look at that soon. Yeah. So let's go ahead and click finish, and we're going to go ahead and save this again. All right, so that's saved. So now our user can create templates, or not quite. What we need to do is go to settings, roles, authenticated, and allow our user to create a template. And I'm having a problem now. I am not actually seeing the templates content type, which is strange to say the least, because I can manage the content from over here. The API just isn't registered. So let me take a moment to see how. Oh, there it is. It came back. Weird. So now we're gonna tell Strapi to allow our authenticated user to create a template, find, update, delete, and find one template. Now, doing this by itself can be dangerous. The reason why I say that is when you enable the endpoints in Strapi like this, you're essentially allowing anyone that has an account to perform these actions, right? And if you have a malicious user in your app, then that person, let's say they're trying to find one record, they may pass an ID to this find one endpoint for a template that doesn't belong to them. And by default, Strapi is going to actually send that record back once they are authenticated. Now, how you actually go around this is by adding, a policy to your Strapi backend. You can do it via a policy, or you can, update the default controller methods that are called for these endpoints, and we'll actually look at both of them. Cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this for now. Let me close this. And if we come back to the middle, to the Strapi documentation and come down to backend customization, you can see here where it tells us how we can actually customize the backend of our Strapi app. So for policies, it says that policies are functions that execute specific logic on each request before it reaches the controller. They're mostly used for securing business logic. So something like this would work perfectly for this use case. Let's say we have the delete function and we don't want the user to just delete anything, any template that does not belong to them. We can actually create a policy that will check to say, okay, for the record that's being deleted, does it belong to this user? If not, send back a 404, please. Good. So let's go ahead and see how we can actually implement this. So to implement it, we can use the CLI. We can use the Strapi generate, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the Strapi instance in VS Code. I'm going to stop this server from running. And I'm going to say npx Strapi generate. And then it will ask us what we want to generate. I'm going to say I want to generate a policy. I'm going to call this one can delete template. Right? So it's asking where I want to add the policy. Now we can add a policy globally. We can add it to an existing API or a plugin. I'm going to add it to an existing API, and I'm going to select the template API. Cool. So if you come to the API folder now, let's just close this. And we go to template right here. We can see where the policy is created. Right? And what I'm going to do in this policy is just check to see, okay, so for the ID that's sent in for the template that should be deleted, I'm going to check to see, does this template belong to the logged in user? If no, we send back an error or false. And if it does belong to them and they can delete it, then we send back true. Okay. So now this is the format of this is what you can actually do. An example of what you can do in the policy. So here it's saying that you should check if the user is logged in. Of course, we can do that. This is always something good to do. So let's just do that at the top of our policy file. So let's clear this out. And we're going to say if not policy.state.user, we're going to return false. So if the person isn't logged in that's trying to perform this delete action, then we just return an error. You shouldn't be able to perform this action. Next, we're going to actually check to see if the user owns the template that they're trying to delete. So I'm going to say const id is equal to policy dot, I think it's request.params. Let me double check. The documentation actually tells you how you can get the params. So it's ctx.request.params, right? It's request.params. So ctx.request.params, the ID. And of course, if we don't have the ID, we are going to return false. You shouldn't be hitting this endpoint without sending an ID. Cool. Next, we want to check if the template belongs to the logged in user. So we're going to find the template, and the way we actually find this template is by, okay, I have to make this asynchronous. That's one. And then we're going to say await Strapi dot, and the find function in the documentation can be found, where is it? So we have the entity service and the query engine API. I'm not sure of the entity service. If we're finding one, what do we need to do? We need to pass in this ID and populate stuff. Okay, so we can actually use the entity service to do this. So we're going to copy this, find one right here, and we're going to paste it in here. So this is saying that we should use the entity service to find one record from the template collection, not article. So template, we're going to pass in the ID that was passed in by the user. We're not going to select specific fields. All we want to populate is the actual user, right? But instead of populating this, I'd like to actually filter it. But let's not do it that way. So we're going to populate the user, right? And then we're going to say if the template isn't found, so if we can't find the template with this ID, return false. And then if the template.user.id is not equal to the person that's logged in ID, then we return false, else we just return true. So to recap the policy for can delete template, it's if the user is not logged in, return false. We extract the ID. If we don't find an ID, we return false. We're going to find the template by the ID given and populate the user. If we don't find this template by this ID, we return false. If the template's user ID is not equal to the logged in user's ID, we're going to return false as well. And if all of this is true, then we allow them to hit the delete endpoint. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and register this policy in our route. So I think we have to register policies in the route. So if I come back to the documentation, let's go back. Yes, the policies. It shows us how to use the policy down here. So you can see where it's saying that to use a global policy, you'd register it like this in the route. For plugin policies, you register it like this. And for API policies, you register it like this. Yeah. So in order to add the policy to the config of our route, we have to look at the route documentation. Yeah. And here it's saying that this is for custom route, but we're actually trying to edit one of the core routes. So we're going to come into this core route file in our project. We're going to pass the config. We're going to pass the name of the action that we actually want to add the policy to, and then add the policy name to the list. Yeah. So back in our Strapi application, we're going to come here, add an object, config, delete policies, and then the policy that we actually want to pass is called this. I'm not sure if this is the syntax. Let me double check. Let's go back. So it's plugin, no, so it's API name, policy name. So this syntax is correct. Well, no. So we need API, the name, which is the API name. In our case, it's template. And then the name of the policy. So it's can delete template. So now that this is registered, we'll actually see it in action real soon. And we want to do something similar for other routes that we want specific users to access only data that belongs to them. We'll create more policies or update the core controllers. But for now, let's restart our application and add the functionality to create a template from the front end. So back to the Nuxt app, we're going to create a component, and I'm going to call it create template. And this create template component, what it's going to do is it's going to present the user with a pop-up or a dialog where they'll be able to enter the name of the template that they're trying to create. We're going to send that request to our Strapi API. And then once it's created, Strapi will respond with the created information. And then we will route the user to a new page where they can actually edit the design for that template. So in here, we're gonna have the UI dialog component. All right. I'm gonna v model the open to a local variable called open. That's gonna be a ref. I'm going to create the trigger that will be used to open this dialog. So dialog trigger. I'm gonna pass as child to this trigger and then render the default slot here. So whenever I use this component, I can just pass any element into the default slot and it will be used to open this dialog. Cool. Next, we actually need the content. So I'm going to use the UI dialog content, and then I'm going to use the content slot to display a form. And this form will have one field in it, and that's going to be the name field. So I'm going to use the input component, give it a name of name, a label of template name, and make it required. So I'm getting some squigglies. Why am I getting squigglies? Oh, it's gone. Okay, good. So below this, we actually need a button. So I'm gonna make this field set a grid, give it a gap of 5, grid column 1, and add the button below. It's gonna be a submit type button, and it's gonna say create. So in my dashboard page, let me minimize this. I actually want to add that button to, let's see, probably over this side. So after the login button, I'm going to add that button right there. So I'm going to come here and say, I want to call the create templates, and inside the default slot, I'm going to put a button that has a class of a shrink 0. And I'm going to say create templates. So if I save this, come back to the browser, I have a button. When I click it, it will show me this form. Of course, this needs a title. So I'm going to go back to the create template component and pass a title here. Create template. Description. Enter the data below and submit. And there we go. But this is kind of wide, so we're gonna shrink the content size a little bit. So let's just pass the max width class. I'm gonna set it to max width MD, which is 444 pixels, or SM. Yeah, 384 pixels. That's fine. Yep. So now, when the user clicks on this create button, we want to send a request to our Strapi API to create that template, and then redirect the user to a page where they can actually start designing their template. So let's just come down here and say we want to use the use form composable. Yeah. We're gonna pass a validation schema to it, but first let's extract the handle submit, and is submitting from this composable. The is submitting will be used on the disabled property or attribute of the field set element. So once is submitting is true, it will disable the input and the button, so the user can't interact with the form. Yes, interact with the form once it's been submitted. Also, I want to prevent the user from clicking outside of this dialog and closing it. So I'm gonna say at interact outside dot prevent. I don't want this to be triggered. I think this is how you do that. Let's see, is there something else that I can use? Point down outside, prevent that as well. So I don't want them to interact with outside or the thing. And when they point outside, let's see if that works. Yep. So I'm clicking outside of the form and it's not closing. So the only way you close it is with this is the X, or by explicitly setting the open value to false. So let's see if I try to tab out. I can't tab out. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. All right. So now we want to create that schema. So we're going to import yup. We're going to get object and string. We're going to say const schema is equal to this object where name is a string. It's required. And instead of passing the error message to required, I'm going to give it a label. And it's going to be called template name. Let's give it a minimum character count of 3. And then we're going to pass this schema to the use form composable via the tooltip schema function. And then we're going to create a submit function that will handle submit. And for now, it's logging the values and setting this to false. But we're gonna actually add a try catch here. Set this to any. Again, we're gonna use Sono. We're gonna say .error. And the title is gonna be fail to create template. And the description is gonna be error.message. Cool. So now, before sending this request to the API endpoint, I'm gonna go ahead and create that template page. So I'm gonna right click the admin folder right here, create a new page. It's gonna be called template. And because I want to pass a dynamic ID, I'm gonna make the sub page parameter dynamic. I'm going to pass in ID inside of square brackets and then create an index page here. Yeah. Now for this page, let's just say hey for now. Right. And I'm going to create another store for our template. So I'm going to right click on the stores folder, new store, and call it templates. Of course, we don't need this. We want hot module replacement, so we're going to copy over this bit and pass in this store. And in here is where we're going to fire the function that will actually create our template. So I'm going to say const create template is equal to, well, this doesn't need to be asynchronous. I just need a name, a string. And what this is going to do is it's going to return await use Strapi dot create, and I'm going to pass in the content type name, which is templates, because this is the endpoint. Sorry, not the content type. The endpoint is templates, and I'm going to pass in as the data name. So I don't need to await that. And then I'm going to return the create template function from this use templates store. All right. So over here now, in this try catch, I can await use template store dot create template. and the name is going to be values.name, right? So because I want the response to know where to send the user or which ID to send over to the user, I'm going to store that in res, and then I'm going to show the user this little toast message, right? So it says that the template was created successfully, and it's showing the template name, but the information sent back is actually wrapped in this data object, right? And then I will have name. Now, TypeScript is giving me this error because of the types used with the Strapi Nuxt module, right? The module follows the original format provided by Strapi, where everything is nested inside of the data key and the attributes key. But because of the plugin that we installed earlier at the start of this thing, it will actually flatten that structure. Now, you can do one or two things to get rid of this error. You can just ignore it with ts ignore because we're sure that it's coming over back here, or instead of using the use strapi.create method, what we can do is we can actually use the client provided by the module, right? So we can come up here at the top of the store and say const client equals use Strapi client. Yep. And now, instead of passing instead of doing the function like this, we can say return client. And what this client allows us to do is to pass in a type. Currently it's unknown, but you can pass in your own type, right? So we're going to say the endpoint is templates. We have to set the method. It's a post method because we're trying to create something. And we have to set the body. And the body is going to be name, right? So now we're still getting the error because it's saying that res is of type unknown. So what we can do is we can actually create our own global type to handle finding the response sent back by the Strapi API. So what we'll do is we'll come to VS Code and we'll just say right here, we want global.d.ts, right? Then we can declare global interfaces. So we can say export interface, find one, and this one is going to accept a type, and the structure is going to be data is going to be of that type, and then meta is going to be of an object. Yeah, can be an object. Instead of using an object though, we can actually use the Strapi for response meta. So this type right here, it's coming from the package, and usually this is what the meta looks like. So this is for the find one, and we also need one for the find many. And the find many is going to be similar, where it's just returning an array and the meta. So an array of the type that's passed in and the meta. Cool. Now I think down here we have to do this in order for this to work properly, and then reload VS Code. So once that's done, VS Code will pick up the types declared here, and we can use them anywhere within our application. But before using them here, we also need to specify the type of our template. Now we can do this manually by, going to our application, going to the content type builder and saying, okay, we need name, user, and design for our template type. Or we can use another plugin. So there is a plugin called schema-to-ts. ts for Strapi. And once you register this plugin, then what it will do is it will look at your content type and generate some interfaces that you can actually use in other TypeScript project, preferably or more than likely your front end. So we're gonna copy this install command, come to our Strapi application, stop the server from running, install that, and then we're gonna enable it in our plugin. So let's copy this, go to our config folder, plugins.ts, and we're gonna enable this plugin right here. Cool. Now once this is enabled and we run our application again, it's going to go to each API and create a TypeScript file in this folder. Cool. That TypeScript file is going to be the one that contains the interface that you can actually use in your front end. So let's just wait for this to finish. It's going to give us some logs to say, hey, the types were generated and blah, blah, blah. And then we can just copy them out and use them in our project. So here are the logs. You know, this is from the plugin we just added. And then if we come over to the file, we can see where we have the different interfaces that we can use. So this one follows the structure that Strapi gives you right out of the box. So it has the attributes and then stuff nested in the attributes and all that good stuff. The next one is this, where everything is flattened. So this is the one that we'll actually use, right? So we're going to copy this and we're going to come back to our Nuxt application, and in our utils folder, I'm going to create a new file called types.ts, and here I'm going to actually paste that in. Now it's actually asking for the user type, and this user type, I'm going to actually use the Strapi user type, right? Because this user type is exported from Strapi. And as you can see, we have the ID, created that, updated that, published that, name, the user, and the design for the template. So let's remove that plain, and there we go. We have our template type. So now in our template store, we can actually pass this type to the client right here. So we can say this is a find, the response is going to be a find one, and the type is going to be template, coming from utils type. Cool. So now when we save this, the error is gone, because now our template is saying that, okay, it has a data and the data has a name property, right? So once the template is created, of course, we're going to set the value to false. But before we do that, we actually want to navigate to the new page. And that new page is going to be the one that we created here. So it's going to be admin / template / the ID. So res.data.id. So we're going to save that. And now let's actually put this to the test. So we're going to wire up this submit function to the submit event of our form. Save, no errors. Go back to the browser and let's see what happens. So we'll reload the page first. Let's create a summary. We're going to call it tests. Let's open the console to see if any madness is happening. Hit create, and of course, we have our first problem. So it's saying that it's missing the data payload in the request. So Strapi actually needs us to send over our data inside of a data object like this. Yeah. So in the function that creates the template, we have to send in the body the name in a data object like this. So now, if we come back here, let's just close that to clear that and do this again. Then you can see where we were redirected to this page, and it's saying, hey, we got the toast message, and our network tab is sending back our template data. So we have the ID and the test, and of course the design isn't populated. Nothing is populated. The user isn't populated because the population doesn't happen by default. I think we can create and populate at the same time. I'm not sure if that's possible, but let me try. So we're gonna say params, and we're gonna say populate equal to a star. Now when you set populate to like this will populate every relation only one level deep. So for the created template, it's going to populate it one level deep when you say star like this. Cool. If we come back, let's go back to the dashboard. Let's try creating another template. Temp2. Let's see if that will actually send back the information. So, nope, the population didn't work. So either I did it wrong or it just doesn't work on create. But anyways, we don't need to worry about this because once we go to that page, we'll actually work on populating the template that's brought over. So now that the template is being created, we now need a function that we can use to get the details of the template. So a find by ID function. Cool. So we're going to create that here. Find by ID. And that's going to take a number. Right. And we are going to return the find one template by the ID. And this is a GET request, so we don't need to pass any configuration to the client function right here. So let's just save that. We do need configuration. So because we want to populate the design, I think the design is populated by default because it's a JSON object, but the user, so we're gonna say params, and then we're gonna say populate, and then we're gonna pass the user to this populate function, to this populate array. So here we're gonna send out back this find by ID, and this find by ID, we're gonna actually use it on the template page right here. So in Nuxt, if you want to get the ID that's on a dynamic page or any dynamic value out of the route, we have to use the use route composable. So if I say use route right here, you see that it stores the route inside of this variable. And to help Nuxt help you get the actual params, we can pass in the name of the route. So right now we're not getting any help from TypeScript, and I think that's because we need to reload VS Code instance. Let's see if that will do the trick. Let's see if I will get any help from TypeScript, or if I need to actually restart the server. Okay, so it could be one of two things. Let me close the server, and in my Nuxt configuration, I'm going to enable the experimental feature that is called type pages. Yeah. So I'm going to hit save, and what this will do, it will enable the typed router using unplugin view router. Cool. So what this will do is whenever you're trying to use any of the route specific composables, it will provide some amount of TypeScript, some TypeScript help. Yeah. So let's run the application again. And I think the types are generated. So now if I go back to this page and I put the string here, I'm getting some help now. So you can see these are the name of the routes in our application. And the one that I'm currently on is this one, admin template ID. This one right here, admin template ID. So now this route variable, if I say route dot params, I get the ID autocomplete. Yeah. So in order to get the template that I'm currently working on, I'm going to use the use async data composable provided by Nuxt. So I'm going to say use async data, right? I'm going to give this a key of template. And for the function that is called, I'm going to say use template store, use template store dot find by ID. And the ID is going to be a number. And it's going to be route dot params dot ID. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And no errors in the terminal. Let's go to the browser and see if we have any errors. No errors in the console. And I'm going to go to the DevTools and see if my payload has a template. And it does. So this template right here, it's called or fetched on the server. Cool. So I'm now able to access the template via this data key in my Nuxt app. So I'm going to rename this a template. And let me just remove these two. I may need this refresh function in the future. I'm not sure as yet, but let's just leave it there for now. Cool. So we have this template value. And this template holds the design and the name of the template that we're currently working on. So what we want to do in this page is we want to add a navigation bar, just like we did over here. But it won't have all of these buttons and all of that. The navigation bar that's going to be over here is going to have a link that will take us back to the dashboard. It's actually going to be an icon. Let's use the lucid arrow. If I would just spell lucid properly, arrow left to go back. Set the size at 18. That's fine. And then on the other side of the navbar, we want to add the buttons that will allow us to do different things with our editor. Cool. So we're going to remove all of these buttons, but not all of them. Let's not remove all of them, not just yet. Let's remove the click so we don't get the errors. Save that. And then down here, we are going to add our editor. So let's give this a height of DVH, so device viewport height. And then here is where we'll add our email editor. Now the email editor is coming from the module we installed earlier, the nuxt-unlayer module. And if we should go back to the page, you can see where the module, the editor is already loaded. and we have our navigation bar. Cool. So we can use that to go back, and we can't see our template anymore. If we go back to that template, we can see where the editor gets loaded again, and all is well. So before we start playing around with this template editor thing, let's go back to this page. Now in here, we want to actually find the templates that belong to this logged in user. So in our store, the template store, we can create a function that will actually find all the templates that belong to this user. So we're going to say return client. We're going to use the find many. We're going to pass in template type, templates, and we don't need to populate the user for this one. So let's just hit save and send this back. Whoa. Find all. Yep. So now in our dashboard, come to our dashboard here, we should be able to use the user sync data composable again. Templates, and we should be able to call the function that we created just now to find all our templates. So we're going to say use template store, find all. So that's the function that we want, and we're going to give this a name of templates. Yeah. Now when we save this and go back to our home page, our dashboard, let's refresh and see if we have all the templates, which we do. But now you're seeing all the templates are coming back. The problem with this is if I come to my Strapi dashboard and let's say another user created an account and they created a template, then this call will actually return templates from other users as well, right? Let me try to demonstrate this. I think I should just create a new account. Let me create a new account. So if I created a new account with Sally Doe, and let me hit create account, Sally is logged in. But now if I look at the templates, Sally is able to retrieve all of the templates that belong to John, which is a problem. And this is what I was speaking about earlier when I said that, you know, you need policies and customizing the controllers in order to stop this type of thing. So for the find all endpoint, we're going to actually customize one of the core controllers. So if you come to our Strapi application, go to controllers, templates, we can customize our controller here, right? So what I want to do is I'm going to say, usually I remove the UID for the content type from here and store it in a variable. So I'm going to say const UID equal to that, and then pass the UID back here. And then I'm going to extract the Strapi variable from this. And then we're going to return an object that returns the functions that we want to override. So here we can say sync find, and the first value that's passed is the core context, right? And first thing that we want to do is get the logged in user that's trying to access this endpoint. So we're going to say const, and we're going to say ctx.state.user. Well, not state.user, just ctx.state. And if we look at the documentation, it actually tells us how we can get the user from the request, backend customization, and then we go to request and response and ctx.state. Cool. So we have the is authenticated, Boolean, and the user. So we're just extracting user from the context. So if this user does not exist, then just return ctx.unauthorized. So we're gonna return this error message. Cool. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get all the templates that belong to this logged in user. So we're gonna say find templates that belong to this user. So we're gonna say const templates equal to await, and of course we're gonna come back to the documentation and see how we can use the entity API to actually get the records. So we're gonna say we're gonna use this. So let's grab this example. Come back to our code and let's paste that in. So the entries is equal to strapi.entityService.findMany, and of course we're going to pass in the UID, and we are going to filter by user. So we're going to say we want to only get back the records where they belong to this user. So we're not going to sort, and we're going to we probably should populate the user. We're going to set populate user to true. And one thing that's recommended when you are customizing controllers is to sanitize the output that you're sending back to the client. That documentation can be found in the backend customization section under controllers. And here is where they tell us how we can sanitize stuff. So I think this is what we want, because we're sanitizing a core controller. Yep. So we'll copy that much, come back to Strapi, and then the sanitize result is gonna be entries, right? And then we're gonna transform the results. Do we want to send back pagination? Let's see how that's handled up here. So they're using the service dot find. Nah, that's fine. We don't need to send back the pagination. So I'm gonna go ahead and just return the sanitize results. Let me go ahead and save that. Strapi is reloading. No errors. That's good. And in our front end, so this is Sally that's logged in, and she's seen all of the templates for John. If I should reload, now she has no items. Cool. So by customizing the find endpoint, we are now only finding the records from the templates that belong to the logged in user. And of course, let's go ahead and change the structure that's returned from our Strapi endpoint, because currently it's just sending back this thing. But what I want to do is wrap this in data. Yeah. Let's save that. And then to test this out, we see where Sally is not getting back any templates, which should be the case. She hasn't created any as yet. So let's check the payload again. Data is empty. Nice. So she creates one Sally test template. All right, so that one got created. If we go back and reload the page, let's see. Okay, so something is wrong. We're not getting any record for Sally. I wonder why that is. I know why that is. So in creating our template, we made a mistake. When creating the template, we should have sent over the user who the template is being created for, right? So here we're gonna get the user from the use auth store. So storeToRefs use auth store. And then in addition to sending over the name, we want to also send over the user's ID. Yep. So let's just go back to the content manager and delete all of these. Come back to our application, reload. Let's create a new template. All right, template got created. And if I should check the DevTools now, I'm still not seeing Sally's application, which is weird. Okay, let me check Strapi. It's saying that the user is blank. That is weird. Okay, so let's debug this, right? Let's go to the network tab. Let's create this. So the request that's sent is this. It's saying that the name of the template is that, and the user is 2. So what's wrong? Very strange. Very strange. But let me debug this and get right back. Okay, so after some amount of debugging, I found what this is. The issue was actually with the roles. Cool. So because a user is not allowed to find another user, or find a user, or find one user, or find many users, then the user relation was not being attached to the template. Now, this is another problem. We can't allow our users to just find users once they're authenticated. That's crazy. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to override the create endpoint again. So I'm gonna go ahead and disable these, right? Save it. And then I'm gonna go to the Strapi backend right here. And then once I stop the server, I'm going to go ahead and override the create controller function. So I'm going to say async create. Of course, I'm going to get the context, and I'm going to check if the user is logged in again. I am then going to extract the data needed, which is just the name from the template for the user that's sending the request to create a template. So I'm going to completely ignore this user value that's sent over in the request. So let me just go ahead and remove it from now. So I'm looking for this name property, right? Now, in order to get the body or the values from the body, we can destructure them like this. So ctx.request.body, right? And we're looking for name. Now, if the name is not present, we're going to send back an error, a bad request error to say, oh, name is needed. And if it is there, we are going to create a new template. So the entry is going to be equal to Strapi's entity service dot create, and we're going to check the documentation for the signature of the create. So we're going to come to the, let's see, go back to the docs, and we're going to go to entity service, code operations, and then go to create. So this is how you do the create. So let's copy this, paste that in. And of course, we're going to change the ID of our collection type. So it's going to be strapi.entityService.create ID, the data. We're going to pass in the name. Of course, this name is going to be the name that's passed in right here. And we're going to say that the user is the logged in user's ID. And of course, I'm not sure if we can actually populate anything when we're sending this back. The create allows us to populate. Yep. So we're going to go ahead and after data, let's see. Yep. After data, we're going to pass populate, and we're going to populate the user. Now, once the item is created, we are going to sanitize the output and return the sanitized value to our user on the front end. So to recap the create function that we override, it's checking if we have a logged in user and sending back an error if we don't. We're getting the name from the body. If no name exists, then we send back an error. And then we're going to just create the template, the name that's passed in. And then we're going to assign the user as the logged in user that's sending this request. We're going to sanitize the results and then send it back to the user. Yeah. So once that's done, let's restart the server and try creating a template again. All right, good. So now that it's up, I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these. Let's just refresh this page. Good. What's this? Oh, we can actually close this. So if I reload this page, I have no templates. Good. If I create one, it's saying that the name is required. So let's see what's over here. In the payload, so I made a mistake of in the Strapi controller, I'm extracting name from the request body, but I'm actually getting back data from the request body, right? So from this data, then I'm going to extract the name. So I can say if we don't have data, data is required. Let's save that. And once the server is up again, I should be able to send that request and get the correct response. So let's just refresh. Of course, I'm logged out. And I think that's because I tried to refresh before the server got restarted, but that's fine. Let's log in as Sully. again, right? I have 0 templates and I'm going to create one. Let's clear the network tab. And of course, it's created successfully. So the information that's sent over is the name, and I got back just this information. The reason why the user isn't populated here is because we passed the results into the sanitize output function. And the sanitize output function will check to see if the logged in user actually has access to all the fields that are being sent back to the client. And because we did not allow any user to find other users, this sanitize output will say, hey, this logged in person is not supposed to see the users that are sent back, or a user that is sent back. And I can demonstrate this by, let me just comment that out and send back entry. So if I send back entry like this, what will happen is once the template is created, the populated user will actually be in the data that's sent back. So let's just try that out. Am I logged in? Did I? Okay, I'm logged in. So test user template and create that. And in the response that's sent back here, you can see that the user is indeed populated. But like I said, passing the entry created through the sanitize results will actually remove any property that the user that's logged in should not be seeing. And this is how you actually want to do it, just so you don't pass values back to the client that you shouldn't be passing back, you know. If you are sure that you want to pass back, you know, values or fields that the user does not have access to ordinarily via the roles, then you can go ahead and do so, but do so with caution. All right, so for the create endpoint is working properly. Now I am seeing where the template belongs to this user. So if I check back the Strapi admin, I can see where the user assigned is Salido, and Sally should be seeing all her templates. No, so if I go to all templates, I can see where I'm getting Sally's template. Now, if I log in as John, so John at test, sign in, I should not be seeing any templates, and I'm not. So now users that are logged in can't access the templates from other users. So if I should create one, John template test, create that template. Let's come over here again. And let's just leave the tab and come back. You can see where we have only one template being returned for this login user. So the logic implemented here for find is working properly. Cool. Now for the find one, we have the same problem. A login user can just pass any template ID in and access that specific template for that belongs to any user. So how do we secure our application against this? Well, we can use a policy. The policy works well for, you know, the find by ID endpoints. So like the update, the delete, and find by ID. We can actually use a policy similar to this. And just to recap, this policy again is checking to see if the user is logged in. If not, we return false. It's checking to see if an ID was sent over in the request. If not, we send back false. And then we check to see if the template that this person is trying to access belongs to the user. So we try to find the template first. And if we don't find it, we return false. And then we see if the user on this template is the same user that is logged in. If not, we return false. Otherwise, we return true. So this policy, even though it's called can delete template, probably can rename it to can access template by ID. Yep. Let's just remove this comment because the name changed. Let's save that. And the application crashed. Why did the application crash? That's because I changed the name of the template without updating it in the routes file. So for the delete, it was looking for this file, but now it's called this. And like I said earlier, we're gonna add this to the find one. So we're gonna say the policy is this can access template by ID policy. And the same goes for the update. So for delete, find one and update, we want this policy to run before the request hits the controller over here. Cool. And with this policy, if the template that the user is trying to access does not belong to them, it will just send back an error. So let's see if it's actually working. So let's run our application again. Now that our application is up and running again, we're going to go to the front end, right? And we're going to go to the template store, and we're going to create the functions that will be used to delete and update. Well, delete for now. Let's work on the delete one for now. So const remove templates. We're going to need an ID, and then we're going to return this. So we're going to say, we're going to send a request to the templates endpoint. We're going to pass this ID, and the method is going to be delete. Of course, we want to return this remove template function from our store. And on the dashboard page, we can't delete anything as yet because we are not even displaying the templates. So let's go ahead and display them in a card. We are gonna say that this card, this section is gonna be a grid. So let's give this a class of grid. On mobile, grid column 1, let's add a gap of 5. On medium screens, grid columns 2. And on larger screens, grid column of 3 should be fine. Let's give it some margin from the top. And we're going to say that we want to loop over the templates. So for t in templates.data, right, we're going to assign a key. It's going to be t.id. And we're going to display the template name in a card along with the ability to update and edit and delete. So we're going to say we want the card content. So here we're going to have the t.name. And then below this is the class of flex item center gap 3. We're going to add some buttons, some small buttons. The first one is going to be edit. The second one is going to be, what's the second one going to be? Remove. delete. I want this to be on the other side. Do I? All right, let's make this variant ghost, and this one should be highlighted in our primary color. So we come back, we see the two buttons. Nice, edit and delete. And then we actually need, let me see, give this some margin from the top, from about 4. Let's add some styles to this. Let's make it semi-bold. Text small too. Yep. So now we have our templates being displayed in cards. And of course, let's wire up the delete functionality. So for the delete button, I'm gonna add a click, and we're gonna say delete templates, and we're gonna pass in the ID. Down here, we're gonna say const delete template is equal to an asynchronous function that takes in the ID, which should be a number. And then we're gonna have a try catch in here, set the error to any, and use Sonner to display an error message if it shows up. So fail to delete template, error message. And in here, we're gonna say await, use template store, and we're gonna call the remove template function. And then we're gonna show a toast message to say that the template was successfully deleted, and then we're gonna refresh the list of templates. So we're gonna get the refresh function from the user sync data, and then we're gonna call it down here. Cool. So when I come here and click this button now, I should see that the template was successfully deleted, and the refresh was called. And now if I should go to the another tab and come back, I can see where the data is 0. Now, how am I going to test that our API is actually blocking any user from deleting anything? One way I can think about testing this is with Postman. So Postman is HTTP client, and we can use it to send requests to APIs and all of that good stuff. So I'm going to bring up Postman right here and add a new request. Nope, I'm not trying to make a socket request. Let's change this from socket to just a regular request. Let's see, add. How do I change this? 1 second. Okay, so I had to expand the sidebar, click on this new thing, and select HTTP request. Cool. So the endpoint is going to be our Strapi endpoint. So HTTP localhost 1337 API templates, and I want to try and send a delete request to, let's see, this ID 8. So if you put 8 right there, let's change this to a delete request, send that off, and of course we get a 403, and that's because we're not sending in any token. So let me add a token. So this specific record belongs to Sally. I am gonna sign in and get a token for John. So let me just open a new tab. This is gonna be a post request. The endpoint is, what's the endpoint for logging in? Let me just check the documentation real quick. And we go down to using plugins. users and permissions, login, and it's API auth / local. Good. Auth / local, and in our body we need an identifier. So this is gonna be identifier, and that's gonna be the email and the password. So if I send this request no, you can see where I'm logged in and I get this JWT sent back for John. Cool. So now in this request, I'm going to go ahead and paste that JWT, that token that I just got back, and I'm going to send the request again to try and delete Sally's template as a logged in user. Let's see if this will work. And again, I get another 403, and that's our policy at play. So once the policy realizes that the logged in user is not Sally, it's gonna reject that delete operation. Now let's create a template for John. So John has the template ID of 11, right? 11 right here. So John, this token belongs to John. So if I should send a request to delete 11, this should go through. I'm gonna send that over and it's deleted. Got a 200 response and the name of the template that was deleted for John. Cool. So now we're actually sure that our policy is working. So the template you're trying to delete, update, or what was the other one? Find by ID does not belong to you, then this policy will kick in and it will say, hey, you can't proceed with this. You're not the owner for this. Cool. Now let's close Postman, finish testing, and go back to the front end. So now we are actually able to create a template, attach them to the user. So I want to say test template again. And we go back to the dashboard. We see that test template, the delete function is working. We want to be able to click on this button to go to the page to edit it. Now that's fairly easy. All we have to do is come here and bind the to prop for the button component, and then say we want to go to what's it called, admin templates, and then the ID, which is going to be t.id. Save. And now if we hover over this button, we can see where the link is showing up down here. So it's going to template 12. And now in this page, we're actually loading that template in here, right? Again, the find one is at play, where if we are trying to find a template that does not belong to us, it will just send back an error. But if the template belongs to us, then it will send back the data. So time to work on our editor. So here we don't want the navbar to have the create template button. This makes no sense here. We don't want the login here either, nor the option to toggle the theme. But what we do want is a button that will save our design, and we want one where we can actually preview the design. So let's just go ahead and work on our template page. So here in the template page, we're going to remove this component, the create template component. And we're going to have something here that says save. Yeah. Next, we want the ability to view or preview or template in a new window. So we're going to say preview let's change this text to preview. And then let's get a nice icon that symbolizes preview. So I can go to Lucid, icons, it's arrow square, I think. Where is it? Ah, this one. So I'm going to copy the name, come back here and paste that in. Hit save. And this is what we have. Preview. Nice. Next, we probably want something to allow us to download our icons or our template. So maybe you want to extract the HTML. We're gonna say download HTML, and that icon is gonna be not logout, but let's see. We're gonna use this one, cloud download, because it looks nice. Let's paste that in. And of course, we don't need it to be outlined. So we're going to, or do we? Let's outline both of them. Let's outline both of them. So I'm going to change this from ghost to outline. Right? And moving on now to the email editor component. So this component has a ready method that's emitted, and it passes the instance of the editor to this function. So here, I'm going to actually create a function that will actually set up the editor and set the instance and all of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function called set editor. And this function will receive the editor as the first argument. So I'm going to call it val, and then I'm going to get editor instance from the package itself, the module itself. So up here, I'm going to import from on layer props type called editor instance, right? And then I'm going to create a value called editor that will be a shallow ref, and it has to be a shallow ref. That way the methods that are gonna be set are not removed. If you try to store this as a ref, then I think the ref will actually mess with the properties that are available on the editor via this type. Cool. So what we want to do is set the editor value like this, and then once that is set, we want to check if the template up here has a design. Now, if this template has a design, we're going to load that design into the editor. So what we're going to do is say if template.value and template, oops, value dot data dot design. What we want to do is editor dot value dot load design, and then we're going to say JSON dot parse, JSON dot stringify the design. Cool. So this is how you load anything that's saved in the database into the editor. Now, of course, when the page loads, this ready will be triggered, and then it will set the editor instance. If I should come and inspect the index page, you can see where editor is an object, and all of the properties from the unlayer editor instance resides within this object. So we can call any of these functions and use them how we see fit. And the first one that I want to actually set up is this preview, right? So we're gonna have a function called preview design, and it's gonna say, let's first check if the editor instance is there. So if not editor.value, do nothing. And if we do have the editor value, we want to say editor.value dot export HTML, and we're gonna get that data, right? And then we are going to, let's log the HTML4 now. So let's add this to the preview button. So when it's clicked, we want to preview the design. Preview, yep. And this is the HTML in the editor currently. So what we are gonna do is we are going to create a new window and write the data to it. So we create the new window, and then we write the HTML data to that new window. And then we want to open the new window. Oh no, so we open the new window up here. And then after writing the data to it, we will close it. So let's try this out. So when we click this button, we have our design. Of course, nothing is there as yet, but if we should just drag some text and some image, other sort, I think if we do that now, yep, there's our design in a new window. So the preview button is working as it should. Now we want to download the actual HTML file. So when we click on this button, we should get a prompt to save the HTML file on our system. So let's go back to VS Code, and we're gonna say const download HTML. And this is gonna do something similar, except we're not gonna open a new window and do all of this. We are going to say, do I want to download this manually? I'm gonna install a package called File Saver. So let's search for File Saver. Yep. Type is being installed as well. Good. Start my application again. And I'm going to import the save as method from File Saver. So File Saver. We're gonna get save as, and then we're gonna create a new blob from the HTML that's exported. We're gonna set the type, and then we're gonna save it as template.html. Yeah. So let's wire up this click function to the download button. So at click, we're gonna say download HTML. And of course, this is loading. So the editor instance is coming up. And there we go. So now let's add some content here. Let's add an image there, button there. Let's change the background of the body to white. Let's preview it. Yep, looks good. Now let's save it. And it's asking us where we want to save it because I did not enable automatic downloads from my browser. Now we can actually click on this and view the HTML file. And as you can see, this is coming from my downloads on my system. Cool. So now we can preview our design and we can download it. Now we need to set up the functionality to save it. So back to VS Code, we are going to set the save functionality. Let's add that function in here. Oh, we no longer need this. No longer need this. So let's just go ahead and create an update function. And we're gonna need the ID and the template that we're trying to update. So this should be template, right? And we are going to return the find one response for the template by sending this put request to this endpoint with this ID. And then we're going to include the template in the body. So let's just return this update function from our store. And within this page, that's the ID page with our designer, we're going to create a save function, right? So this is asynchronous, and what we want to do in this function is check if the editor is not null. We are going to call, I don't think it's this, is it the save? Yes, so it's the save design function from the editor instance. We are then going to get the data. Let's see, data dots. Oh, so you actually get the design itself. Interesting. So in here, we're going to say await use template store dot update, and we're going to pass in the ID, which is going to be this value. No, data.id, right? And then the second argument is going to be the data that we want to send over. So the design is going to be the data right here. And we need to make this asynchronous. So we get rid of this quickly. But this one is saying that this should be a number. So after the design is assigned right here, we're going to send the name as well, because this is our required field. And we're just going to tell TypeScript that this is present. What is it saying? String undefined is not assignable to string. What I am saying is here. It's gonna be there. Name is not assigned prototype template. So this is saying that I need to pass in ID created that and updated that. No, I don't need to. What I can do is I could just create a new type right here where it's name as a string and design as any, because this is an object, right? So right here, no, this is saying, what is this saying? Oh, nothing. Good. So once this is updated, then we can just show the success message, say, you know, template has been saved successfully, and let's just wire it up to this button. So we can say click save. That's what it's called, right? Save. Yep. So we'll save that. Go to our design. And let's hope this works. So now we're gonna add some stuff to the design. Button, some random HTML. Review still works. The download should still work. But now the save. Okay. So that was quick. Save data. Okay. So it did save the information. So if I should come over here and check the one for John, yep, I can see where the design was actually saved. And if I should refresh this page, then the design should get loaded back into the editor, and it does. So if I leave this page and edit it again, yep, the design gets loaded in. Now we have all the functionality that we need. So now each user can actually log in, create their own template. So I can log out from John's account, log in as Sally. She has two templates. Let's edit this one. Let's delete this one and edit this one. Let's change the background color, the text color, change the font to railway. Let's add some crazy, I don't know. Let's increase the font size a little bit. Bold. Let's save this. It got saved. Let's refresh the page. And it gets loaded in again. And that's how you can actually use Strapi to create something like this. Cool. Obviously you can make this a little bit better, you know, if you want to. You can implement on the backend where before you save the template, you use something like Puppeteer to take a screenshot of the HTML and save that as an image, and then attach that image as a property to the design or as another field in the collection. You know, the sky's the limit, really and truly. But I think that's it. If you have any questions, you can just let me know. I know this video was long. I'll do my best to make the chapters make sense. But if you have any questions, just let me know. The GitHub repository with the code will be in the description as well. So if you want to pull it down and, you know, play around with it and improve upon it, that'd be great as well. But until next time, have a good one, guys.